Mike, Joe. Whenever you guys are ready. All right. Good morning, everybody. We are live here at the Trough Bar and Billiards in Portland, Oregon for Tyrel's third Fairly annual turkey shoot. We got a B-side match to kick off day 2. Playing 10 ball on 7-foot tables. BCAPL rules, 2 and 3 in the back corner. Jump cue, roll out after the break, 3 foul rule, all that good stuff. Alternate break. And our matchup here is Michael Wormersley versus Yohendry Abraham, or Joe A.B. as I first knew him when he moved to town. It looks like still a couple warm-up strokes here, and we will get going in a second. So while waiting on the players here, let's give a shout out to our sponsors. Get my doc here. All right, so yeah, so this was a $75 entry fee, capped at 24 players, as we only have 4 tables here. Race 7 front, race 6 back, 2-day event with $1,000. And shout out to our sponsors who came through and helped us put on such a cool event with a nice added money allotment to the pot. Littman Lights, best pool table lights in the industry as far as I'm concerned. We got 4 of them over the tables here, which is great for the live stream. Plenty of light, easy to see the table. Diamond Mine Northwest, John Scudder, Diamond Pool Table distributor and salesman. If you are in the market for a diamond pool table and you're located in the Northwest, John Scudder's your man. Steve and Carissa over at bigglebox.com. They sell everything you're looking for when it comes to your pool game. They got cues, gloves, pool holders, pool cue holders, bags, you name it. Check them out. If you're looking for something this holiday weekend, go take a look at their website, find something you need. And a shout out to Space Room Bar and Lounge, neighborhood haunt right across from this, right across the street from the Trough. They were gracious enough to help out with this event, and we really appreciate it. So if you're in the area looking for a good bite of food or someplace to grab a drink, please go check out the Space Room. And then Nicole Denisi Designs. Nicole does some of the best graphic media work in the billiard community. So if you got an event or something coming up, get a quote from her. All right, so to the match here. So we got Michael Womersley at the table right now. Just kicked that ball in. He's a little steep on the 3. He might be able to cut it and let his cue ball loose. He may be thinking about laying up here, so we'll see how aggressive he's feeling this morning. Pretty good speed there. Cue ball, I think he's still got most of this 5 ball, although the obvious corner pocket's obstructed, so see if he maybe wants to bank the 5 into the traffic down there. So if you're interested in the brackets, you can find that at digitalpool.com. I will throw the link into the YouTube chat here for anybody who's got access to the chat. Otherwise, if you go to Digital Pool and just look up Tyrel's third fairly annual turkey shoot, it should pop up. Hey, what's up? Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Jesse. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate having some company in the chat. So pipe up when you see something you like, or root on whoever you're rooting on. Hopefully, I think Stephanie Drakulik said she might come back in today, so hopefully I'll get some company in the booth with me at some point. I know Mike D's back for a winter side match, as well as Paul Marquez, so might have some other people sit in if and when they're available. Joe with a pretty good table here. Nice angle, just stunned down for the 10. So it looks like Joe's going to go up 1-0 here in our opening rack of our first match of the day. Looks like Mike's just conceded that 10 ball. We've got the stream on the big 75-inch behind me. Joe, because nobody in the chat's calling me out, kindly pointing out that somehow I had him marked for 4 racks already. It's like ball down for Mike on the break. Cue ball has gotten really friendly with the 1 ball here. Looking to just put this cue ball down underneath traffics and the 1 to the top rail. Good speed, separation, and blockage. Well, if anybody's got the Blazer game on at the same time today, you'll have to keep me posted on the score. And I do apologize. I need to take a second here to get the payouts updated in the bracket for Dan, so he doesn't have to come ask me what everybody gets paid as we start to see people cash today. Bear with me. Also, let me know, if you are in the chat, let me know how audible the music is in the background. Might need to ask Dan or the bartender to turn the one speaker down back here by the back corner where we got the booth set up. Anybody that's been to the Trough before, if you're curious which table we're streaming on, that is table 2. So I'd be the one straight back when you first walk in the door. The combo for Joe. I think the ball is held up just enough that he can see 2-ball. Thanks, Dylan. It's just hard to tell if I'm just hearing it through the headphones or if I'm hearing it in the headphones as well. So yeah, it looks like cue ball's held up where Joe can still see the 2-ball. Probably go forward 2, maybe 3 rails for this 3. The question is, does he want to come across above or below the 4-ball? I like staying below it and shooting it up in the right corner. You don't mess with the side pocket or running into the 6 or getting behind the 6. It's like he's digging at it though, but maybe he's just a drag stun. He tried to come up to the middle of the table for the cut shot. Firing at the bank. A little dangerous where this 4's set. Thin on the cut though. So I think play the carom. Yep. All right. Michael on the board. 1-all. What is happening? Why does it keep doing that? Oh, tried to click the little up the score button and it automatically went to 5. Technology is fun sometimes. So like I said, we had a 24 board to start with. We're down to the final 12 today. Would have liked to get to the final 8 because we're paying out the top 8, but Thanksgiving weekend, people coming in wanting to play pool last night, so we unfortunately had to stop around before the cash payouts, but we do have some door prizes for everybody that doesn't finish in the money. So the first round on the B side that went out all got a free $10 entry to one of the weekly Trough tournaments here. There's a tournament on Wednesday, tournament on Sunday. Good indefinitely, so whenever they want to use that. And then for the next 2 rounds, we had a set of gift cards and 2 signed cue balls from Allison Fisher that the players will draw for. And speaking of those gift cards, a couple businesses on the avenue here, neighborhood businesses on Hawthorne, were kind enough to donate to our door prize. So thank you to TPK Brewing, new gaming and gaming hall brewery restaurant that has opened up just up the street from us here at the Trough. Gigantic Brewing, fairly popular brewery here in Portland. They've got one of their tap houses right down the street, and Porque No Taqueria, popular restaurant taqueria destination here on the block. We appreciate their support of this event. All right, Joe getting the 1-ball off the table first here in this rack. Let's see if he wants to play this in the side. So the rest of the ball is looking pretty good here. See what his angle is on the 3. It looks a little straight, like he can just draw back a little bit for this 4-ball. All right, so wonder if he's going to try and get between the 6 and 8, or if he's just going to take the combo. Played 2 rails and out for a cut. The problem is here, it's hard to hold this ball. The 8 is close to the pocket. So he could let it run and take the long cut on the 8. Or see if he wants to go down and back. Problem with down and back is this 10 ball. Done well to miss it. All right, big thing here is to not get behind the 10. Good speed. Might end up a little straight though. I think he should be able to punch above. A little steep on the angle, but we are playing on 7-foot tables. As long as your aim's good, you don't have to get the ball too far. All right, Joe goes up 2-1. Okay, I do not know why this clicker keeps trying to super increment the score. Excuse me. Try to reset my overlay. See if that helps. We got a couple more pretty good matches going on this morning. John Scudder's matched up with Bill Rosenberry, Steve Polito, and Todd Gooch. And then Chris Tran is playing. Why can't I remember who Chris Tran's playing? Todd Moore. Well, looks like see what Joe wants to do here. Interesting. Well, I think that was a tough window for Mike to play into there. I also don't think he got enough action that even if he hadn't run into the 6 to get back out for the 2, he's going to be stuck kicking at this long rail. All right. So anybody curious what we're paying out today? We had a total pot of $2,680. So 7th through 8th, we'll be walking with $100. 5th, 6, 170. 4th, 260. 3rd, 390. 2nd, 590. And 1st, we'll walk with $900. All right, good safety from Mike here. Looks like the plan here is to spin into the rail. Air him, or he jumped at it. Okay. Tried to jump. I didn't see that he grabbed his jump cue. The dark here looked like he was just trying to masse. All right. Michael shot on 2 3s, not laying a great area, so might just try and draw back and opt for the bank on the 3. But he's gotten pretty far back. It looks like the 3 is further enough up the rail that maybe he can cut it up. Oh, the angle he's looking at, I think he's just trying to bank it into cover. Again, apologies. Trying to get these payouts entered into digital pool for Dan. I got the payouts entered, so they should be in there for you. Nope. Forgot to hit the record button on our switcher. In trouble with Dan. Whoops. All right. Mike ties it up. Seen a lot of this weekend where ball's going on the break, but the immediate opening shot is just either no look at the one or tied up right on the one. I think about all he can really do is maybe, well, I guess he's gonna jack up and try and bump the ball, maybe down the bottom rail and get the cue ball, get to a rail with the cue ball on the top rail. The only other thing I see is just skimming off the back really thin and trying to twist that cue ball down. Like it. So he thinned it, but on the thicker side just to push the object ball down to the middle of the table. Looks like there's a window between the 9 and the 10. Michael does have a shot, but bridging off the rail. 7 balls a little in the way of his bridge. Okay. I'm wrong. Just looking to play safe. Considering where the 2 is, smart move. Joe's called the sides. 1 rail kick out of the top rail. Well, for anybody watching, nice sunny day out there. If you're out and about, happen to be in the Hawthorne area, feel free to drop in, watch some of these matches. Come say hi to me and Dan. Michael's called the 10 ball. Built-in 2-way, but he has slopped the 8 ball in. This will be Joe's option. He can give it back to Mike if he doesn't care for what he sees on the table here. So Michael kind of grabbing his jump cue before he even got out of his seat. I believe from where I'm sitting, from what I could hear, that Michael did call the 1. He was trying to play it past the 7 into the corner. Joe with a look at the 1 on the side. Not sure they'd be able to hold it for the 2 ball between the 10 and the rail. you think just go to the rail and hold for the 4 in the same pocket? All right, table's opened up for Joe here. Should be able to go into the rail and back up. One rail out for the 9 ball. Nine ball, he shouldn't have to do much, especially if he just opts to play it on the side. Go down and back out if you want. Play it in the corner. All right, Joe goes up 3-2. As I mentioned before, this is a B-side match, race to 6. Dylan saying, can't believe this is a B-side match. 2 terrific shooters. Lucky for us spectators. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Dylan. I'm not sure how Joe ended up on this side. I know that Mike had a rough opening match against Mike Deichman yesterday. Didn't really get anything going. So I know that Womersley went to the B side right away. But indeed, 2 strong players. Well, Mike smashed him. I'm about to say, has he made a ball, though? Unfortunately, it's the key ball. Okay, so Leo put Joe on the backside, huh? Yeah, Leo's shooting pretty good. He was on the stream for one match yesterday against, who did he play? I can't remember now. I just remember it was a close match, but whoever Leo beat on the stream kind of made their life a little hard in a couple racks, and I think that was the difference. Well, Joe's tied this 5 ball up. Already kind of a mess at that right side long rail up there above the side pocket. Oh, right. It was Leo and Dom Cardoso. And I think that match was the difference, and Leo's out there playing quite a bit, and I don't think Dom gets out and plays as much as he used to. Good breakout from Joe. Looks to me like this 6-ball can just be nipped into the side. Joe taking a look at it there. His facial expression tells me that maybe it's a little tight. Me personally, I'm a big fan of shooting the side pockets on the diamonds. Although that was a hard lesson when I was up at Ox last weekend playing on the Rassin. Side pockets on that table are not as kind. All right, so we've got to contend with this 8-ball. Question is, do he leave himself enough angle? Or is he just going to play the 8-10? Yeah, I don't think he had a good angle to go in between those balls. So he's got to settle for the 8-10. Not not terrible. Not what you'd call dead. A little bit off. Gotta use the 8-ball to cut the 10 a little bit, but for players at this level, it should be kind of a no-brainer, and he swooshes it. Now Joe up 4-0. 42. Once again, reminder, support our sponsors. If anything, let them know that you saw them on our stream. That way they know that we're getting the word out about them, and that sponsoring things like this is worth their while for the exposure, and that good things are coming from it for both them and the players coming to these events. All right, I think this is the first break we've seen this morning with an open look at the 1-ball. Yep. It looks like Bill Rosenberry's defeated John Scudder 6-1. And I believe it's John's door prize consolation. It looks like he won one of the gigantic gift certificates. Joe making short work of this table. Little soft on that one, though. just underhit it, so he's going to be looking at a lot thinner cut than he would like here. Not a problem. Still got to contend with the 9 and the shape on the 8. Draw to the rail. Well, still not out of the woods yet. Stay up. Oh no. Brutal. Brutal. Just got out of the line on that 7 ball and couldn't quite get back into line. And unfortunately, even though it was a great shot on the 10 ball, lost the cue ball. Oh, Womersley gonna steal one there. We got us a 3-4 score line instead of a 2-5 with Joe on the hill. But what you did see there is the excitement of the players of this ability when they can get the break going, get a look at the lowest ball on the table. Couple of the players on the winner's side with 1 o'clock matches starting to roll into the building. Paul Marquez in the house. Trevor Sickendick. I believe I saw Leo walking around. I think the only player from the A side that we're missing so far is Mike Deichman. So let's take a look, see which one of those A side matches we'll have up next. Looks like that will probably be Paul Marquez and Trevor Sickendick. Well, here we are with the 1 ball tied up again. Almost forgot to mention the jump cue we are raffling off later today. So Bigglebox was kind enough to donate a BQ naked jump cue. Been selling raffle tickets for that for the last couple weeks. I believe we've got 6 raffle spots left out of 50. Those are $10 a spot or 5 for 40. So grab all 6 for a cool 50 if you're interested. But yeah, we're going to be raffling that off. The plan is live on the stream at 6. So most likely probably right before the 3rd place match. I'd have to do the math on how where we'll be at that point. But yeah, if you're interested in any of those last raffle spots, message me. You can also just straight Venmo me. That's at Tyrel Datweiler. But again, we appreciate that kind Q donation to help with sponsoring this event. And again, about that raffle, you don't have to be present to win. The queue is here in the house at Trough. If you're in the neighborhood and want to stop by, take a look at it. All right, Joe moving pretty well when gets open looks at the balls. Do expect him to get out here. The one major transitions from the 9 to the 10. This be a good recovery rack for him after the 10 and scratch on that previous rack that would have been a break and run had he not scratched on the 10 ball. All right, decision time. Does he go short side, shoot the 10 down, or does he just come down past the 10 below the side pocket? He felt more comfortable going short side. All right, good run out there from Joe. That puts him on the hill. All right, let's see how he hits the break this time. His previous turn at the table was nearly a break and run. See if he can get an open look at the 1 ball again. For everybody out there watching, appreciate you tuning in. If you haven't already, share the link on your socials. Subscribe to the channel so you get notified whenever I go live. As far as streaming and hosting, promoting tournaments here at the Trough, the bigger ones like this. I think the plan is to try and do something here every 3 or 4 months. Kind of got a bank pool tournament in the back of my mind for our next event, so stay tuned. Well, good carom, but he's lost the 1 ball. It has tied up down here in the 10. It doesn't look like the 110's dead. A little frustration, the chalk slap on the edge of the table there from Joe. Well, it's been pointed out to me that I shared a bad digital pool link in the YouTube chat. I shared the link for the admin bracket, which, unless you're set as manager, is worthless. So I've reposted the actual link in the chat. Sorry about that. All right. Hold on. Dan needs. All right. Sorry. Just confirming with Dan that Paul and Trevor are our next match on the stream. So stay tuned for that after this match. Well, Michael hitting the balls hard, but not coming up with any luck on this one ball. Joe keeping it simple, just coming straight across, staying high on the table. Not afraid to use the 10 there. Doesn't necessarily want to get straight. You got a little bit of an angle. Should be able to draw straight back. All right. Joe looking pretty good here to put this match away. 2 balls to go. All right. Staring. Michael's not even going to let him shoot it. So Yahendri Abraham. The winner here of this B-side match We're going to take a break for a minute, and we'll get our A-side match going here in a second. All right, I'm back. We have a A-side matchup between Paul Marquez and Trevor Sickendick. The loser is guaranteed fifth six. The winner will advance to play for the point. For anybody just tuning in, this is Tyrel's third fairly annual turkey shoot at the Trough Bar and Billiards in Portland, Oregon. Playing 10 ball on 7-foot diamond tables, alternate break. This was a $75 entry tournament, $1,000 added. It was capped at 24 players. So we could do a race to 7 on the front, race to 6 on the back over 2 days. Shout out to our sponsors who helped make that happen. Littman Lights, making the best pool table light for your money and that you can find pretty much anywhere. Great diffusers, well constructed. We got 4 of them here at the Trough. If you're in the market for a pool table light, please go check out Littman Lights. If you already have a Littman light but no pool table, Diamond Mine Northwest, John Scudder, purveyor and seller, distributor of diamond tables here in the Pacific Northwest. If you're in the market for a diamond table, get a hold of John. BiggleBox.com. Need a pool cue, pool bag, all the accessories to play on your new diamond table with your new Littman light. Please go check out BiggleBox. Shout out Stephen Carissa for their generous donation of a jump cue for us to raffle off in support of this event. Space Room Bar and Lounge. If you're ever in the neighborhood, head to the Trough, need to grab a bite to eat or want to grab a drink first, please check out the Space Room. Good food, good drinks. And Nicole Denisi Designs. You saw the flyer for this event, that's Nicole's work. You've seen a good looking flyer for any event here in the Northwest, probably Nicole. If you got an event coming up, need some graphic media work, hit her up. So thanks again to all those guys who helped make this $1,000 added tournament go off without a hitch. And me, I'm Tyrel Datweiler here in the booth for Hill Hill Productions. Give me a shout out in the chat. Let me know that you're watching, that you're enjoying it, or even if you hate it, just say hi. Trevor with a little bit of a blind cut here on the 4. It's a touch below center, and he should be able to just go straight across, back over for the 6. Ooh, got a little spin on that ball. Little spin, a little too low. A little bit of an unforced error here. Which, this is not what you want to do against the likes of Paul Marquez. What's up, Jeff? It looks like he's just going to go 1 rail. Looks like maybe he was checking out a 2 rail. Well, good contact, but he's pushed it right in front of the pocket for Paul. Let's see how Paul's feeling for his first match of the day, how he's moving. Good angle to go straight across, back and forth. What's up, Bernard? Good to see you in the house yesterday. Who won that chess match between you and Linda? All right, Paul making routine work of those 4 balls after the error from Trevor there. Again, if you're watching, any of those sponsors I was shouting out to earlier, please go check them out. And even if you don't need anything from them, if you run into them or just give them a shout out that hey, you saw them on the stream, let them know that their sponsorship is getting them exposure. All right, good spread from Paul. Unfortunately, his cue ball is up here towards the top of the table. Same area the 1 ball is about. Does look like the one banks to the side. Such a good looking table, kind of hard to pass up the bank. Well, decision for Trevor here. Looks like the cue ball's got to go into the 10. And he can try and draw between the 5 and the 10. He could try and draw into the 5. It does look like he's probably hitting the ball. Oh, he made it through that gap and back through it. Pretty cool shot. My angle, looking over at the table. Trevor looks like he's pretty straight on this 5. Well, he tried to get above the 7 ball, play it on the side. A little bit of an error from Paul there to run into the 7. Trevor asking Paul what he's doing. Paul forgot to call his pocket. Played a little long, dribbled it in. Good cue ball movement for a shot on the 8. Keeping it simple, not messing with the side pockets. Paul opts to stay high on the table, just come straight across. Take a little bit longer shot on the 10 ball. A little bit of a sigh of relief from Paul. I think he thought he missed it. As I mentioned earlier, Bigglebox donated a jump cue that we're raffling off this afternoon. 6 spots left. Get them while they last. $10 a spot. 5 for 40. Pick up all 6 for cool $50. There's a BQ jump cue, the BQ naked jump that we're raffling off. Don't need to be present to win. Now, if you want to get on that, you can just straight Venmo me for your spots or message me, make other arrangements. But yeah, if you're in the raffle, don't forget to tune in, see if you win. Plan was to do that at 6. It could possibly be a little bit earlier. It just depends. It seems like the tournament's moving along pretty rapidly this early afternoon. So we are down to the final 8 at this point. So everybody from here on out today is going to be walking out of here with cash. Our 2 Sorry, I was trying to figure out if both our 7th, 8th matches were going, and I realized there's still a 9th through 9th through 12th match on table 3 happening right now. So only one of our 7th through 8th matches is being played. That's between Joe, who was just on the stream, and Todd Gooch. Looks like that match just started, and Todd has gone up 1-0. Paul formulating a plan here. Paul's overrun this 5-ball. Put himself on the wrong side of it. Five-ball just almost made it to that rail. Like the idea, clever shot. Because you know you're trying to be behind the 10, but you know you're going to bump it, so you just bump it full so it stays in front of you, even though you can't stick to it. Oh, Dan about gave me a heart attack, walked over, told me the pot money was short, and then realized the bank bag I handed him didn't include the $1,000 in hundreds that was still in my wallet. Well, Paul, a well-known one-pocket player, but just think that one just didn't get there. Good shot from Trevor, bring that cue ball back above that traffic. Paul just a little bit long there. Barely missing, nipping that 6 out of the second rail. or it's just, wonder if the 7-ball goes. Oof. Still can't tell with the 7-ball, so I'm not sure if he's just rolling up his 7-ball win or if he was actually trying to roll and break that cluster up. Did well to bank the 8-ball back down to traffic. Yeah, we already have one, but I'll find a good home for it. Well, yeah, no, I went when I saw it was the only thing left and you were still playing. I was like, oh, I hope Tom wins because I know he's not going to want this. No, I know. Nope. Yeah. Sorry, got Tom Moore in my ear. He was the last one out of the money, and the last door prize left was an Allison Fisher signed cue ball. Good shot to the side there from Paul. All right. Barring something funny, looks like a 2-ball tap out for Paul. Good shape on the 10. All right, Paul up 3-0 in this race to 7. Good pop on the break from Paul. He's getting that cue ball to come backwards though, which tends to be problematic as the 1-ball, unless you end straight up, the 1 sets up for straight into one of the corners up there by that short rail. Tend to end up with situations like this where you get a look at the 1, but you don't have a look at the pocket. Good safety from Paul. Oh, good kick from Trevor. Contact. Just push the ball to the rail. I think Paul's just going to try and roll this cue ball into the 9-3 here. Ooh, how good did he hit it? Yeah, that's nasty. Looks like Trevor's looking at the 2 rail, but God, 5 looks really big to me. Ah, Summerfield, there's my man. Well, I'm glad you're able to tune in for a little bit. Yeah, we missed you for sure. I was very sorry to hear about your cat converter incident. At least they left the car. When they took mine, they took the whole fucking car. Excuse me for the language there. Still a little bit bitter about it. All right, another good save from Paul. Got Trevor kicking again. Mm. Interesting. He's going 1 rail this time. I actually liked the 2 rail with the 1 ball that time. All right, Paul's got him on 2. Yeah, for sure. Well, I hope they get your car fixed soon, Summer, and obviously let me know next time you're up this way. I'll let you rob me at Banks. All right. Paul warning Trevor that he's on 2 fouls. Put him in a tight spot. This is a tough hit. Man, does he have room to go one rail at this? Wow, he did. And unfortunately, Trevor didn't call a ball. So focused on the hit that he didn't even think about the fact that if you hit the 2, maybe the 5 is comboing across. I know Mike D and I talked about it yesterday. When you're kicking, you got to call a ball, man. Even if you're just playing safe. Even if it's just to screw with your opponent, but especially in a situation like that where if you make contact, things are moving. Even if you have to guess. I think Paul says he's playing the bank. Oh. On his last banks, he banked long too, but that time he got away with it. He didn't get away with it this time. Trevor shooting off the rail. Let's see if he can focus and make sure he gets on the board here. Good job, Trevor. Take advantage of the error there from Paul. Banking that ball a hair long. Well, Summer, I like that you find me offering to let you rob me funny, because I know you will, but at least I got to beat up on Matt Horner playing Banks last weekend. All right, good spread from Trevor on the break. Again, what I keep talking about is the players keep losing their cue ball up table. I'd like to see some of them recognize that they're doing that. I think we'd see a lot more runouts off the break if they could start spotting that ball right in the middle of the table. Good shot from Paul. Using the 10 ball to slow his ball down. Good shape on the 3. Should be able, just need to come out to the center of the table for the 4 ball. Maybe a little bit right of center to make sure he doesn't get straight on the floor. Good transition to the 6. Want to stay below the 7. Slide up for the 8. Someone tell Paul there's a 30-second shot clock. Oh, jeez. Want to see him get all stiff and pokey. Well, the funny thing is, the most part, he's probably operating. It seems like he's been operating within 30 seconds for most of this match. It's amazing how much more pressure we put on ourselves when you actually are operating underneath the shot with the shot clock with that awareness. When you're aware of it, as opposed to when you're unaware that you're probably already taking less than 30 seconds. All right. Paul up 4-1. Paul's break. Well, I love it when you all have interesting YouTube handles. Premium member, I know that I'm supposed to know who you are, but I can't remember right now. Ball's looking nice and open for Trevor. Nice stop shot. Keep an angle for the 3. Yeah, a little heavy. Should still be all right. One problem is he's coming across his zone, regardless if he comes under the 7 or stays above the 7. So he's done really well. Got a little bit of angle, not an extreme angle. So question is, go forward, 3 rails, and try and slide to the middle of the bottom rail down here. Or do you try and draw to the side rail and back through this gap between the 9-10? Oh, he's managed to go above the 9. Good shot. So the one danger there was running into the 9 ball. You run into it full, you get stuck above the 10. You run to it thin, you possibly push it down and in your way. All right, good run from Trevor. Wait for him to put this 10 away. All right, good out from Trevor. Pull another one back. Paul still leads this race 4-2. This is an A-side match, race to 7. Sandra says, "Did I hear you correctly? Do we need to come up with the handles for this chat so we confuse everyone who we are?" Yes, specifically the guy in the streaming booth who knows that he's seen that handle before and just can't remember who the heck it is. No, I guess I'm just going to keep harping on it. Cue ball at the top of the table again. From what I recall, the cue ball being up there kind of kissed the 1 ball behind the 2. I think if you leave the cue ball in the middle of the table, maybe that 1 ball is hanging right in front of the pocket. Good try from Trevor. Would have really liked to, well, even sticking it to the 2. The problem is you've still left Paul a relatively easy hit here. I think Paul's going to try and go rail first, push the 1 past the 4, and try and slide the maybe slide the cue onto the 4 ball. Oh no, I guess he can see the edge. He's going to cut it. kind of surprised by that. I liked his instinct to play safe there first. Problem here is he's opened up those balls, and we just saw Trevor run a rack of run the last rack out when all the balls were sitting out in the open. So let's see if the aggression on the one ball to cut it is going to bite Paul. It's possible he was trying to play that two-way and he just miscalculated everything. But either way, it's an unforced error here that has brought Trevor to the table, a wide open table. Oh. Is that a real Blazer score, or are you just teasing me? Huh. Blazer 78 bucks 55. Who knew? Yeah. Yeah, a little delayed on that message, but I agree. Had the rack been off the table, probably would have been even more tree-topped on that or stuck to the 8-ball. All right. So I would have liked to have seen him put a little more stroke on that, draw further across the table. I mean, as long as you don't suck it all the way over into the other side pocket, I think that's one of those situations where it's okay to overhit the ball a little bit. Because now your cue ball is going into the 10. Should be able to draw it to the side rail and back out, but as long as you stay above the 10, if you go, you could possibly go underneath the 10. Then you're in trouble. Let's see if he tries to nudge the 10 ball here. That's what he's done. He hit it good. So the question is, does his angle keep him down by the 10? Even if it doesn't, you can just roll it in and take the cut shot on the 10. He had the angle. Did overhit that one a little bit, but he should be okay. What's up, Brickman? I would appreciate your input more if you were actually sitting in the chair next to me on the second mic. All right, so that shot Paul opted for on the one ball did end up biting him in the butt. I think Paul did better to try and keep the cue ball in the middle of the table, but it did get kissed in the direction up table. Oh, you guys didn't. Brooklyn says he's going Christmas tree shopping again, even though he told me he went Christmas tree shopping yesterday. I see how it is. Well, I hope you find a Christmas tree this time, Brookman. Well, I'm not sure about that one, Paul. I don't know if he underhit it. He was, it's just, if he was trying to get underneath the three, I just didn't think the angle was there. Thought maybe he'd thin the one a little bit more, and maybe try and come between the 4 and the 5 to hide. Another opportunity for Trevor here. Does have to figure out how to hold for the 2 ball. Tried to run into the 6. Do that, you got to go into it full or a little bit on the right-hand side. He went into it on the left-hand side, which is bounced him to the wrong side of the 2 ball. I think he's trying to hide behind the 8. I don't think he got there. Good effort, though. Nice jump bank from Trevor. Big opportunity for Trevor here to tie this match at 4-4. It's on the wrong side of the 5. Well, good shot to pocket it. Got to come with another one on the 6 ball here. He's going to have to run it all the way down to this bottom right corner. Wow, did he call that on the side? Did he try and play on the side? I mean, I know I mentioned that I like playing balls in the side pocket on diamonds, but that one seemed pretty ambitious to me. Nice 3-rail position from Paul. All right, looks like Paul is going to survive that rack and go up 5-3. Sandra says, thanks for the fun, gotta run. Lots of images left to process. Have a great Thanksgiving weekend. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. Hey, Sandra, thanks for dropping in. Always look forward to seeing your images drop once you get them processed. Especially all the great images from the NWPA events I've been sitting in this year. That looks like Joe beat Todd Gooch. Todd Gooch finishing 7th, 8th. Walking out of here with $100. I gave Dan the payouts to count. Put them all in envelopes for me, and then put them back in the bank bag and put them over by me. I was really confused when Todd tried to come and collect his money. I'm like, oh, go talk to Dan. He's running the bracket from his laptop. He told me to come talk to you. I was like, oh, I see. All right. What has Paul got here? Looks like the 7 ball is the problem here. No, not ideal. We got a thin back cut here. Down and around the 8 and the 6. Oh, I didn't even have to go around the... This angle was steeper. See if Paul tucks this cue ball in with the 7-9. Well, you would have liked to get in between the 7 and the 9. Really would have taken away the one rail if this 8 ball's not in the way. Although I suppose maybe the one rail's there out of the long rail, because that's what Trevor's looking at. I thought the 7 was a little big. It looked like he just missed the 7 ball and he ended up long there, so good hit though. Well, he didn't get into the cluster, but he did put the 8 ball between the 8, the 6, blah, blah, blah. He did get the 6 ball behind the 8 ball. He's going to get away with this. Paul's going to be looking at the, well, one railer, but reality 2 rails. He wants to hit that short rail before the 6. His cue ball is moving back down table for this 7 ball. Just like that. Fortunate to run into the 8. He'd slid around it. Not sure if his speed would have gotten back around it. All right, Paul on the hill. Quick shout out to our sponsors, Lippman Lights. I was hoping to maybe see Mike Lippman in the chat today, but I do know it's a holiday weekend. Sure, he's got family obligations this weekend, but we do appreciate his support and his lights. John Scudder at Diamond Mine Northwest. Bigglebox.com. Shout out to Stephen Carissa. Thanks again. Jay and Casey over at Space Room. Once again, appreciate the neighborly business love. Thank you for helping sponsor this event. And Nicole Denisi Designs. She does such great work, and I definitely appreciate her help with all of the graphic media work that she does for me and that she just does for pool in general. Sorry, I'll mute there for a second so I talk some shop with Dan on how to finish the bracket out today, and in particular, what rounds we'll be streaming. So after this match, it will be a 5th, 6th place matchup, I believe. And then we will stream, following that will be the point match, and the 4th place match will be being played on the other table. Following the point match, we will immediately do the 3rd place match, and then after the 3rd place match, the finals, which should be super fun because we've got a race to 9 for the finals today. Good shot from Paul. 7 ball for cover. All right, big shot here for Paul. Ooh, nasty from Paul here. Going 2 rails. It's tough. That's tough when you're tree-topped over a ball like that trying to shoot in the rail, because the natural thing the cue ball wants to do is jump out of that rail, especially when you're that close shooting into the rail. Paul gotten himself a little funny here. I think he's all right. Watch outside pocket. Looks to be okay. He is. Paul, just a little extra drama here on these final few balls. All right, this looks to be it for this A-side match. Looks like Paul's going to take it 7-3, and Trevor's going to slide to the B side, where he's guaranteed fifth through sixth. All right. We will be back in a few minutes here with a 5th-6th match. Stay tuned. All right, so it looks like the wait probably going to be more than 2 minutes here. Our next match will be Leo Ott, who will be playing the winner of Bill Rosenberry and Chris Tran. Moment. Bill leads 4-0. 5-0 maybe. Okay, so maybe Bill's on the hill, so maybe it won't be too much longer. All right, stay tuned. We'll have that match soon. All right, we are back. This is a B-side match. This is a 5th, 6th place match. Loser will be guaranteed 5th, 6th. Winner will move on to play for at least 4th. We have Bill Rosenberry versus Leo Ott. Bill's been powering through the B-side since yesterday. Leo just dropped down after a matchup with Mike Deichman that I believe Mike won 7-2. If you're just tuning in, this is Tyrel's third fairly annual turkey shoot at Trough Bar and Billiards. You will see that we are playing 10 ball on diamond tables. These are 7-foot diamond tables. This was a 24-player cap tournament, 2-day event, $75 entry, $1,000 added. Sorry, I was talking to Dan, trying to determine what the best. So initially, we were going to have the 2 matches kitty corner from each other, so they weren't on the 2 tables next to each other. But got some bar patrons starting to trickle in, so I think we're going to keep the tournament players on the 2 tables next to each other and let the 2 tables on the far side of the bar available for the locals and the patrons. All right, now that I've checked back in, Leo looks like he's in good position to take this first rack. All right. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds like the other 2 players have opted to stay over on table 3, which I don't blame them because table 1 does have 1 spot next to a post that can get a little tight on occasion if you end up on the rail. Good shot from Leo, stays short of the corner pocket. Leo's going to open up our scoring 1-0. Quick shout out to our sponsors. Once again, a big thank you to Littman Lights, Diamond Mine Northwest, BagelBox.com, Space Room Bar and Lounge, and Nicole Denisi Designs. Once again, thank you so much, guys, for supporting this tournament as sponsors. Everybody out there watching, please check out our sponsors, and if at least anything, let them know that you saw them, heard about them on the stream. That way, even if you're not buying anything, they know that we're getting the exposure out for them, letting people know how much we appreciate them, and hopefully inspire them to keep wanting to sponsor events like mine and all these other great events that we have here around the Northwest. Also, please share the stream. People know that we got this cool thing going on this Thanksgiving weekend here at Trough Bar and Billiards in Portland. Give the folks some pool to watch. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hoping to do a lot more events in the new year. So if you subscribe, you'll get YouTube notifications when we schedule a stream or when we go live. when I post any other videos and content. So I do appreciate it. If you're out there watching, hit me up in the chat. Gets a little lonely when I don't have company in the booth. So it's nice extra interaction for me. So I do keep an eye on that chat. All right, we got our tournament director Dan refereeing and recording. From here, it looks like a good hit without question. Well, a little trouble on the lead for the 4 here. He's got himself behind the 9 ball. Looks like quite a bit of traffic in the way of the 1 rail. He's going to try and swerve around this 9. Yep. Got the hit out of the rail, but he's left Bill a pretty easy look at this 4. It's like Bill needs a bridge extension. Yep. Bill's done well to navigate the traffic. Simple 2 rail. Up and around the 8 ball. Got angle to play back out for the 6. Just drawing the rail and back out. Done good. Get above the 6 ball. Just roll this in. Opting to let the stroke out a little bit. A little kill English out of the 2nd rail. Graham says it makes me feel better about being all alone. He's got the TV on here at the Tired Feet tournament. Inspiring the players there. I appreciate that, Graham. I also like that you tortured the clientele yesterday who just wanted to watch football by having our tournament on. I love it. Excuse me. All right. Bill ties it up. 1-all. So, quick shout out to our our door prize sponsors this weekend. Got some gift certificates and whatnots that everybody who finished out of the money got something. Had a couple signed cue balls from Allison Fisher as well. Some free entries to the weekly draft tournament of Player's Choice. But just wanted to thank TPK Brewing, new brewery board and tabletop gaming bar and restaurant that opened up from right up the street from us, for donating a couple gift certificates. Gigantic Brewing Company are also donating a couple gift certificates. They've got a tap room just right down the street from us here at the Trough. And Porque no Taqueria, a mainstay of Hawthorne Boulevard for quite a many year now. We do appreciate their sponsorship. And yeah, if you're in the neighborhood, check them out. Let them know that you saw them on the stream, heard about them on the stream. If you stop in, let them know that their sponsorship didn't go unnoticed. All right, so the thing I've been talking about, the cue ball at the top of the table, but it has worked out well for Leo. The one situation where it does work out when you get the cue ball up here is when the cue and the one dress up for the corner pocket, but often that doesn't happen. Tried to go around the 9, ran into it. Even going around it, I'm not sure what sort of look he was going to have to. Oh, I guess there was a window there. I thought the 3 and 4 obstructed. Appears that they did not. Color me wrong. Now, are you out Christmas tree shopping with Brookman, Dylan? Brookman's out doing the same thing. No, I get it. I would appreciate the company, but I understand it's holiday weekend obligations. Man, it is so bright outside every time somebody opens that front door. Oh, rattle and 3 hanging up on Bill there. We'll get an opportunity. Ball's all out in the open. Leo opting to swing out to the side for the over to the side rail. 4 into play the 4 into the side. Just doesn't want to get underneath the 10. Good speed. He just needs to make sure he doesn't run to the 9, go up to the top, come down a little bit for this 6. He would have liked to stay a little bit higher on the table because now he's bridging over the 9 ball. Everybody take his time. Good shot. Angle looks a little flat. Draw back a little bit. There you go. Into the board, into the rail a little bit, shooting to the side. I actually like that. I actually liked that option when you get flat like that. You really don't have to travel too far, unlike the stroke shot where the draw where you can come up short. All right, good shot. If Leo can swish this 10 ball, make this a 2-1 game. Oof. Used a little more of that pocket than I think he wanted to, but the 10 ball's down. Leo takes a 2-1 lead. All right, build a break. Graham says, why don't you guys grab me a tree too? Yeah, if y'all already out Christmas tree shopping, save me some time. Grab me one as well. Although I think we're gonna do the it's like the Forest Service $5 thing where you can go cut your own tree this year. Wow. Pretty good break from Bill. 10 balls down. 10 ball will need to be spotted. Lost his cue ball to the top of the table a little bit. But the one has still dressed up for a back cut here into the corner. Shape looks pretty natural to land up to play under the 2, as long as you don't get behind any of this traffic down to the bottom left-hand side of the table here. Well, As much as I'd like to take you up on that offer, Graham, it's a little bit of a couple's date. So,
Higher than what yesterday? There's more space here.
oh,
No, it's the same.
I don't know. Maybe a little bit. I'd have to go. Well, he walked away. Christian asking if we did the raffle. No, probably gonna do the raffle between the third place and finals match. So I had it planned for 6. It just kind of depends on how quickly matches go. So after this, we'll have the point match on the stream, and then the third place match. So yeah, the plan was, I've been saying 6 o'clock, so somewhere around then. Oh geez, Ken says he almost got taken out by 2 Christmas trees that fell off a truck doing 70 down 205 yesterday. Oh, excuse me. Well, I'm glad you did not, Ken. That sounds like a weird way to be taken out. Christian, yes, I've still got 6 spots left. So bucket spot, 4 spots for 40, or take all 6 for $50. Yeah, just let me know if you're interested, or if you're asking for somebody else who's interested, and make arrangements to either Venmo me or we make other arrangements. So just let me know. Yeah, what were all those movies? Was it like Final Destination or something, Ken? Where it's like premonitions and then, yeah, things happen. All right. Bill really taking his time on this one. Ken says he was trying to remember that movie series as he was describing the whole scene to his wife. I think that's the one. I think it was this Final Destination series. Right. Well, that's kind of it's one of those shots where you kind of want to overplay it. I think a lot of players are thinking about playing, the short side over here between the 4 and the rail to shoot the 4 into the corner. When if you let it run a little bit longer, you've got the 4 into the opposite corner. So because he's come up, overran the short side, he's still short on the long side and had to take that a little more extreme back cut there. He did well to pot it. It'll be interesting to see how much of this side pocket. Looks like he can play the 5 in the side. Slide up for the 6 in the same pocket. 7 sitting there as a duck. Only thing he's got to think about is his transition from the 7 back down for the 8. I actually like rolling forward. I mean, I wouldn't mind actually being on the rail. You can play a little below. Well, it's not quite in the pocket, so probably more like a center right, 3 rails to the middle of the table, back down to the 8 ball, down to this left bottom left side rail. Looks like he's playing it fairly high. Yeah, again, another shot, or it's okay to maybe overplay it a little bit. Just because the 8's so far down table. As opposed to if you were playing for the 10 ball, sometimes you see people overplay it and get below the 10. Oh, is he going to land right on it? It's drifting a little bit. I think he'll be all right. Could have been a lot worse. He could have been basically straight, looking it straight in the face. He's got a little bit of an angle. Yeah, I think we potentially would probably play Scotch pretty well. I don't know what the caps are these days for the coast. But even one of these capped ones they do around town, if there's one that we fit under. At the moment, depending on when the 8 ball event is, I don't think it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to make that one, but that is, I'd have to double check the dates. All right, we need to mark the score here. So we're at 2-all. Well, if anybody was mulling over whether or not they wanted a raffle spot for that queue, the raffle is now closed. Thank you, Christian Youngers, for swooping up those last 6 spots. Good luck to you, and good luck to everybody else that entered. Yeah, so we'll get that, be doing that right before the finals match. My guesstimate is 6 o'clock, but we'll see where we're at when we get there. All right. Leo feeling offense here, or is he thinking defense? He did the little, sorry, I got lucky wave to Bill, but I don't think he did. I think he left this 2 ball. Where I'm sitting, leaning over, looking over at the table. Oh, yeah. Bill's got the 2 ball. The only problem is holding for the 3. Well, doesn't look like he was able to hold it. Bill's called safe. Weird, getting the fuzzy noise in my headset. I realized my phone charging cord was wrapped around my headset cable, which I think was causing a little bit of electrical interference. Ken asking where the commentary booth ended up. I am tucked back against the wall underneath the big 75-inch TV at the back of the bar by the back door. So, got the table kind of pulled at an angle. I've got a little bit of a view between the column where the fireplace used to be in the old bar and the quarter machine. Bill nominating the 10 ball here. See if this is more of a two-way. Call the 10 in case. Let the cue swing back up table. Almost a really good shot. Almost got that cue right behind the 8 ball. Well, thanks, Ken. I appreciate you letting me know things look good and are sounding good. It's the one tricky thing sometimes because we got the camera inputs and the streaming software and switcher and all set up with the straight signals from the camera, so it looks good here. But sometimes it's don't know what it actually looks out on the streaming platform without checking the stats or having it streaming and sucking up some of our bandwidth in the bar. Leo should be able to just go back and forth here. You'd like to err the cue ball being on the side over by this left side rail. So he's got an angle, just go to the, well, he can either kind of pinch draw across, a little stun draw, or he can go the top rail and back down a little bit for this 8-ball. All right, Leo looking to go up 3-2. All right, build a break off. Well, the one's dressed up nice. All the balls look to have pockets. right. Brookman says on the way. Yep, dribbling that 2-ball in a little bit. Well, he's going to be shooting over the 9-ball. Make this shot increase the difficulty of it for sure. All right, Bill keeping his line on the right side of the 6 to, or 7 to get underneath this 8. Looks like he ended up a little straighter with an angle going up table. I would have liked to have the angle going into the rail below the pocket to slide back out, shoot the 9 up table. Seems like he's maybe underrolled this a little bit. Yeah, trying to hold for the 10. He hit the ball too thick. All right, I'm back. Looks like Joe has eliminated Trevor Sickendick, collecting his payout from me. All right, we are just continuing with this back and forth in this match. Tied at 3-all. Sounds like Trevor's wallet was misplaced. Having a look around the bar.
No, I don't think so. You know, anywhere on Red Bull, on Red Bull on campus center, top load on water or anything, or do you get top load? That's
Yes.
Oh, well, look who it is. We have Brickman Homes in the building. Thinks he can just walk over here, sit down, put a headset on. All right. So, Brickman, I'm going to walk you through this. I'm going to hold this button down. This is going to light up all white, and for 10 seconds, you'll be muted to the stream, but just like check, talk into it until the thing runs out, and then it will auto set your level. Yeah. Right.
Okay, Brooklyn checking in. Yep.
All right, you should be live.
Hello.
All right, Brickman Homes of losing Team Oregon here.
Bunch of losers here. This is the loser side too, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
It'd be like I was making fun of you, but I was the team captain, so I am.
Yeah, you picked me.
Oh, that score is not right. It's supposed to.
So what's happened so far?
It's basically been back and forth. Leo gets a rack, Bill gets a rack, Leo gets a rack, Bill gets a rack.
Okay. Have they been breaking? Has it been the cue ball going all the way back to the bottom?
Yeah. It's been a continuation of what I've seen from pretty much all the players this weekend, where they're letting the cue ball come up to the top of the table.
Yeah, it's tough because if you like the best result is like the making a ball is when that happens. And it's really difficult to find that fine line between making a ball and leaving the cue ball more mid-table and not making a ball
Right.
and leaving the ball mid-table.
Yeah, it tends to not, because most of the time they just don't have a good look at the one, because usually one of the balls is like they're either close to each other or the one's sitting lower on the table and the cue ball's up by the top rail, so you got a bank or a safety or whatever. Every once in a while there's the occasional where it dresses up, where it's like one cue straight into the corner, like basically, you know,
And somehow no
par-
ball
par-
right
par-
in between.
yeah, parallel to that, short rail up there.
Yeah, the 10 ball break is incredibly cruel. It's it feels so like random.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't matter how well you're hitting it. It's not like 8 ball or that's a good shot. 8 ball or 9 ball where it can be so much more controlled.
Yeah.
It was an interesting path. I wonder if he's trying to play above the 9 or below the 9.
Yeah.
From the 8 ball. Because he got like a little too steep on that, and then he like ended up touching the 9 ball.
So did you guys find a Christmas tree?
We did. We went to the Red Shed. $35 for a little baby tree.
Yeah. That's
Not too
why
bad.
that's why Jordan and I are paying $5 to go cut our own down because trees have gotten so expensive.
Yeah, but then it's like driving all the way out there. It's just so much more time.
But the romance of it.
Yeah,
Nature.
yeah. I'll
Plus the
try that next year.
Plus the dogs will love it. They like running around in the nature.
How was Bill playing last night? Is this his first match today?
No, this is his second, third.
No, third match today. Man, been playing all day.
Yeah, because he lost his first match yesterday, so
Oh.
so he's been just cruising through.
Who did he lose to?
Oh, let's look it up. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see him on the loser set so quickly.
Yeah, so he lost to. Oh no, he lost his second match. Sorry to
Hill, yeah.
Joe AB, Henry Abraham.
I've never seen that person in my life. I don't know who they are.
Sorry. For some reason, I was thinking he lost his first match, but no, he won his first. But yeah, so his first match was at noon.
Well, that 2 ball goes by. That's a good result. It's close.
Yeah.
It's tough. Yeah, I don't like that. And then the 3's kind of in a weird spot. You almost have to play this shot with like inside to try to get center table. It's impressive to get even on the 4 ball from here, like getting on the 3, on the 4.
He didn't check that nearly enough.
It didn't even look like he did. It looked like he was just I don't know, maybe thinking he would get more center table. Because if he had been like a half a diamond over or a diamond over, he'd be perfect shape for the 3 to 4. I mean, it's hard, but it's like as good as you're gonna get.
Oh, that's nasty.
I wonder if that point also hooks him too. Like if that point wasn't there, he could like see like the edge of the 3.
Sure.
I always see these people do the kicking system thing, and I'm just like, this is like some weird magic to me. I'm like a real man. I just look at a spot on the table and completely miss the 3 ball here.
And yet somehow they let you be a 660 something.
666. It's a good number. Finally hit it. That 5 ball could be weird. Like the 4 to 5 is a potentially interesting transition.
Yeah. What's the thought here? Is he looking at the 10 ball, or is he trying to get underneath the 4 ball to shoot it up in the upper right?
You know, even looking from like at the table, almost like does the 4 go? Like on the screen, it looks like it goes, but then looking at the table, it doesn't.
From where into the bottom left corner. This corner.
Yeah.
I think. No, he's playing the 10 ball. Yeah.
Oh well, it's
a lot easier that way.
Okay. Why shoot mini shot when you can shoot 1 shot?
Sage advice. All right, so Bill's on the hill. We were going back and forth, and now Bill with the advantage. Man, I'm starving. I need to get some food here soon.
Again, go to space room.
I don't think I have time. I'll probably just have to get something delivered because we're pretty much streaming straight till we're
Oh,
done
yeah.
today.
No, there were gift certificates for everybody who did cash. Oh, we did cash. Okay.
So unfortunately, you don't get one.
Too good for use. Yes. Need a number.
Oh, I forgot to bring cash for you.
Oh. It's fine.
Ooh. That one goes by. You make like 3 balls on that break. I think that might not go.
Yeah, it looks a little. Wonder if I could get it. What? Mine? His cues? There's actually a fairly decent gap between the 1 and the
There,
2.
okay. It's just hard to. There's nothing hard. He's out.
Yeah.
Done. It's over. Put the score 5-4.
Like, we got big old headphones over our ears and Paul trying to talk to us. I'm like, which one of us are you talking to? What do you want?
He slammed that ball. Good thing you kept the score at 5-3.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Cliff says, kick like a man.
Yeah. That's how I do it, and I'm terrible at it.
Just need to get Chris Reinhold, like AI implanted in your head, point and click.
It was like he even just saw everything so fast. He
Yeah.
was just like, "Oh, we'll just hit it this way," and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that does work. Where?" I think Bill has a. Oh, I was thinking he almost had like another
Right.
carom or something.
Yeah. Well, distance, but I don't think you got cover under the 10.
Wonder if like you kind of like overcut it, try to bank the 3 back towards the 10, back like kind of towards the cue ball if
Yeah.
you can, and try to play like behind the 9.
There you go. That's clever. I like that.
I mean, if it's doable, I don't even know.
Well, you are just in time because we've got the point match next, and it's basically, 4 out of 6 of us from Team Oregon. Me and you calling it, and Mike D and Paul playing it. So what'd you tell Kat? Tell Kat you're just gonna go do drills?
I'm practicing right now, yeah. It makes no difference to her.
Like, oh, pool. I quit listening.
Yeah, yeah. Good for you, honey. Have fun. That was I think you imagine that 4 ball staying higher up. All right, put the score 6-3. Or leave it.
Yeah, I mean, Bill's been
Seen easier misses.
well. Bill's been playing pretty good though. I think he'd be hard pressed not to get out here.
It's so funny how so often, like, it doesn't matter where you get on like a ball down there, getting on the 10 is always so like you like in a match you get down on the shot and you're like, I don't like any way to get on this ball. They all suck. They're all terrible. I think it's
No.
Partly like people wanting to get too perfect.
Right.
So it's like everything's gets so close to the side pocket.
Right.
That was pretty good.
Well, there we go. Bill defeats Leo Ott 6-3. So Bill will move on to play for at least 4th place. And Leo will be over here collecting cash for me a second. So
I'm gonna go talk to.
we're gonna step away for a second. So that's your mute button, just FYI. All right, we're gonna step away for a second, and we will have the point match up shortly. All right, we are back. We have a point matchup between Buddy Buddies Michael Deichman and Paul Marquez. Anybody just tuning in, this is Tyrel's third fairly annual turkey shoot here at Trough Bar and Billiards in Portland, Oregon. Playing 10 ball on 7-foot diamond tables. Alternate break. This is a race to 7. I'm Tyrel Datweiler, and I'm joined in the booth by Brookman Holmes. Basically a 1 week later Team Oregon reunion for the most part.
Melina was here yesterday.
Yeah, everybody but Matt Horner was in the building at some point.
What happened with Melina in the tournament?
Michael Womersley knocked her out.
Pretty rude. I've like never met Michael until like 2 weeks ago. Like seen the name several times,
Right.
but I've never. That was when I realized that like I don't get out very much. It's like I've seen all these names from my friends talking about them, but I've never seen the person.
Well, Nicole in our personal group chat was like, if Berkman's never seen them, do they exist?
I've never seen Yohendry's name either. That's what kind of like threw me off. Is he from the Portland area?
He moved into the area pre-pandemic. He used to come down over to the local 66 for some of those tournaments.
Oh, okay.
But he kind of went by shortened name. He just like American Joe.
Oh.
And just his initials for his middle and surname, AB. I think his full name is Yohendry Abraham Batista.
Okay.
But yeah, so a lot of people know him as Joe AB around the area.
All right, looks like Paul scratched on the break. Looks like Michael's playing safe. I don't know why I call him Michael right there. Yeah, 5 balls. Kind of trouble.
Yeah, looks like Clifford Maxon has reappeared in the building. Bill Rosenberry put him out of the tournament last night. Well, I don't know what's going with the 5 ball. Anticipate that. All right, I think Mike's kind of playing a 2-way here. Cross on the 4. Graham says, crap, I like both these guys, but I'm going to root for Mike D. Yeah, those things. You got to flip a coin. Well, even harder for me, you know. It's both guys that had on the team for Team Oregon last weekend, so guess I'm rooting for a hill match. What I'd like to see from these two guys. Yeah, I actually missed the last 2 shots. The last thing I saw was
Oh, that's strong.
that's good. Good shot.
Must take so much like commitment to like I'm gonna hit this ball soft, you
Yeah,
know.
I'm gonna hit it soft, and I'm gonna hit it the right thickness where I'm just gonna push it up and back down.
Not sell out like a total idiot.
I know nothing about that. There's definitely not pages in my
Mhm.
autobiography.
Yeah. I've never sold out in my life.
Chapter 1, selling out like an idiot.
Do you think he can like play this with like a little bit of top and like almost hit the 5 like really full, but still kind of on the top side of it, so he ends up like between the 6 and the rail,
Yeah.
almost like that, except he
Yeah.
had just nudged it, been a little lower and just hit the 5. He would have just like
Right.
knocked the 10 off of it, and then like
Yeah, that was tough. Especially at the speed he played it, you're like almost asking just to get tied up in there.
it's a very tough breakout. You have to be
I almost feel like you gotta,
quite accurate.
yeah, I feel like you gotta gamble and play it with more speed.
I mean, I prefer breakouts very like precise. So if it requires speed, do speed. But on that one, I would play it like soft and just try to bump into it. Just trust my arm to send the ball to the
Right.
right spot.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, the way it worked out is even though he had nothing going on the 5, he was able to easily just rub off it and hide behind the rest of the cluster.
6 is still a problem.
Yeah. Well, what is
Well,
it?
actually, no, not really. Because if he comes
gonna
2
say-
rails, hits that like second diamond on the second rail, he'll just like get almost straight in on the 6 on the side. That should be his goal.
Almost spot on. About diamond and 3/4.
Yeah, he won. Yeah, you actually want it to hit higher up, just so that you're not the ball doesn't. What's it called when it like you hit lower on the rail and the ball like takes a steeper angle off that rail, so it like send it more towards the like bottom rail instead of like more into the center of the table. As soon as you get like a microphone on you, you forget all the words and technical things.
Right. Yeah, every once in a while. No.
It's the different. It's the opposite of flattening out.
Yes.
Whatever that is.
Widening out.
Yeah, it really widens. Thank you.
Yeah, I find myself in that pickle a lot where I'm sitting here, I'm like, where'd my words go?
Yeah. What ball is this again?
And then I just like, is this the word? And I say it as like, oh, I'm just making stuff up now. That is
Mhm.
definitely not the term for this, but I hope nobody notices. Yeah, I was talking about the break earlier and trying to keep that cue ball in the middle of the table, and I couldn't remember stick the cue ball. And I was like, yeah, you
Squat.
Or
You're still using it wrong.
squat the cue ball. And I can't remember now. Crap, did I say stick or did I think I said spot. You just want to spot the cue ball in the middle of the table. Squat.
Came like a little full on this, maybe?
Yeah, it's a little straight. Just draw straight back. Yeah, take the longer
Oh,
shot.
yeah. He didn't even.
Yeah.
He was so full that it was just like, just play the
Yeah.
stop shot and you're fine.
Dan?
Good shot by Paul.
Cool. So Paul up 1. Well, we had $1,000 added to this tournament. Oh, I'd like to thank everyone who made that possible, our sponsors.
That looks like Littman's in the chat, too.
Oh, did he finally show up?
Yeah.
Ah,
Man,
been waiting for him all weekend.
he was so cool at the cup because he was like a kid in a candy store, just like he was so excited to about everything. Like,
Did you see him at the end of the night when he was on Sunday when he was like gathering chairs or something and Cake was playing, going the distance, and
oh my,
he was just walking through the
I don't know
bleachers
how he
going,
had all that energy at
somebody
after,
left with the
yeah,
cup.
because like on, yeah, he was. I mean, he was constantly doing stuff. Like he was always doing something.
Yeah, great ambassador of pool here in the Northwest. But anyways, speaking of Mike and where we started, shout out to our sponsors. Like I was saying, Mike Littman of Littman Lights. Appreciate your sponsorship, helping us out with this. Love your lights. Obviously, been staying all weekend. We got 4 of them here. Definitely contribute to a good-looking stream. Thanks to John Scudder of Diamond Mine Northwest.
Paul just had an amazingly thin cut on the one to end up getting shape on the well, maybe shape on the 2 ball. It was crazy.
All right, if I'm doing something and I miss something and you want to grab the replay of it, hit the 0 on
Okay.
keep it and I'll catch it and then we can try
Okay.
and flip to it.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, go on.
Anyways.
That was too good of a shot to not say something.
No, definitely say something. But yeah, thanks to John Scudder of Diamond Mine Northwest. If you're looking for a diamond pool table and you live in the Pacific Northwest, John Scudder is your man. Thanks again to Stephen Carissa over at BiggleBox.com for their gracious donation of that BQ jump cue that we are raffling off right before the start of the finals. And that the raffle is closed. We did end up selling the final 6 spots. Thanks to everybody who entered. Good luck. Thank you to Space Room Bar Lounge, neighboring business across the street from us. If you're in the neighborhood, stopping by the Trough, want to grab a good bite to eat, good cocktail or a beer, stop in the Space Room. Let them know that you saw them on the stream. And of course, Nicole Denisi Designs. Appreciate all Nicole's graphic media work that she's doing for pool in the Northwest and around the country. All right, back to actual pool and talking about Mike Littman. He says, "Hey Brookman, say was driving all day yesterday. Couldn't. Yeah, I figured holiday weekend you were probably busy.
I was like, what pool event was he?
It's Brookman, Graham. That's why we keep talking about Brookman and why he's not in the chat anymore."
And Paul had a really good shot to get on that 4 ball. He went like 3 rails around, just barely missed the 10.
Well, let's see if I managed to push the button in time. Good looking stream. Nope. Thanks to John Scudder of Diamond Mine Northwest.
Got the very end.
Very end of it.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Thanksgiving in Boise, Mike says. Yeah, that's a little bit of a drive.
Yeah, like 6.5 hours each way.
Yeah, my grandpa's actually out in Gooding, past Boise. That's where my mom was this weekend. May have ventured out there if I hadn't been so busy this month between NWPA, Northwest Cup last week.
Yeah, aren't you at like 3 events in 3 weeks or something?
This is like 4. Yeah, so is it NWPA at Ox? Then I was at Legends for that 585 and under. Then I was back at Ox.
Oh, and you were there forever. You were there for like 12 hours that day or something.
Yeah, it was brutal. Got 4th though, so could have been worse.
It's like Mike got a little lucky there on that miss. That was a tough shot that he had.
But yeah, back at Ox last week with you guys for the Northwest Cup, and then here running the stream all weekend. Flying by the seat of my pants for the most part.
It's got to be hard being in here solo and just like saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, it's easy to get distracted. well, it was like I still had like I had the payouts like half kind of finalized yesterday. I had to finish that this morning and get them entered into the bracket for Dan. And then I didn't have the money counted yet, so I made Dan do that. And he's like, "Whoa, man, you're like way short," because I forgot about the $1,000 that I took out of the ATM this
Oh
morning
my
and just
God.
put in my wallet because I didn't want to be standing in front of the bank with my big old bank bag.
It's pretty unfortunate on that.
Yeah.
Running into the balls just lining up like that after the kick.
Stream looks and sounds great. Thanks, Nicole.
My phone kept on putting the quality of the stream at 360p, so I kept on being like, these balls are so fuzzy. Like, how is Tyrel so bad at this? And
Well,
then
yeah.
it's my phone.
Oh, yeah, because we had the stream on the TV yesterday. And then after you said that, I'm like, is that why? Because I kept getting worried. I kept going up there and looking at it. I was like, man, there's like some little blurry and they're splotchy at times. And then you said that, and then I realized I couldn't change whatever it auto set on the TV. So we just plugged it straight in from the box today. So no delay.
It looks really good, yeah. Now, yeah, definitely looks good now. Also, not having the delay is kind of nice. Sorta, I don't know. Tough.
Well, the reason I liked because Dan was going to plug it in directly yesterday. I was like, I think having the stream is better because you got some delay. Because sometimes you got the guys on the streaming table who want to walk over and take a look at what the heck they did when they missed something or when they screw something up. So a little bit of like instant replay for them.
Yeah, because that's the way it is at the coast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can just kind of turn around and
Right.
look. As your mistake is broadcast the entire round.
Christian's still in the chat. Christian Youngers of Ox.
Man, seeing Christian's his snooker form on a pool table was very just threw me off. It's a really good break by Paul.
Oh, did that three ball?
No, I can see it from here.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He's just below it, yeah.
Yeah,
It'll
just
be
barely.
interesting to get on the 3 to the 4 though, just because he needs to get like above. Well, he needs to get exactly right there. Did you go 2 rails or 1 rail?
I'm trying to remember where all the balls are.
He has to get 4 by the side.
I think I'd go 2 rails because I don't like. I
Looks like he's gonna go 2. It looks like he's putting a little bit of right on it.
Between the 4 and the 8, as opposed to
Yeah.
the other side of the 8, where if you underroll it, yeah, as opposed to like underrolling it, if you tried to come down with that speed and being like right behind the 8 ball. All right, you think you can handle yourself for a second while I stuff some food in my face?
Don't be surprised if everything's on fire when you come back. I don't think I'll be very good talking to myself. This is a little funky here. I think he'll probably just draw it straight back and maybe like try to run into the 9 ball. Because he's like too straight to go forward. Yeah, he's going to put draw on it. So he should try to like draw in between those 2 balls. It's about as good as it gets. And this would just be like a little bit of follow to just get basically straight in on the 8 ball. Nice stop shot. I don't think Paul can miss this out. Like playing that shot kind of that way. It's like top, left. to kind of get that same effect as like a stop shot, but you don't have to worry as much about like accidentally like drawing the ball and then like hitting the side pocket or something like that. Yeah. Now Paul's up 2-1. Good out from him. I think that was a break and run. You can just see how much Paul and Mike like each other. They're just like hanging out as they're playing this match for like potentially like $500 difference. But I bet they've played together more than a lot of people have played pool in general. I really like Mike's break for Tim ball. He has a very, like, I wish I could hit the ball as hard as he can. Only problem is he gets a little wild sometimes. That was pretty unfortunate. The scratch, the almost scratch, and then the scratch. So I think Paul might be looking to make this 3-1 pretty quick. That's kind of how the game can go sometimes, where you miss one shot and all of a sudden you lose 2 games, maybe even 3 games if Paul like does a break and run after this. It's something I've worked on mentally to get better at, where not get down on yourself as much about something like that, because it's like all you've done wrong is just one bad shot, which like the consequences are bad, but you have to like keep it in perspective that it's just one shot. Curious how Paul's gonna play this. There's like a couple routes he could go. He's using follow, so I think he's gonna hit the 3rd diamond and then to the other 3rd diamond. Oh, no. Tons of English down. Scary. Gets straight in. I think he could probably just like follow and give him as thick of a shot possible. Just barely missing the, like just barely not having the 7 in the way. Because the 5's, like as long as he can make the 4, the 5's in. Could potentially also like draw. I don't like that, but that's what he's gonna do. Oh no, he did exactly what I thought it. Yeah, it's perfect. He like jacked up on it, so for a second I thought he was gonna like try to draw to where he was standing and come back out to give himself more angle off the rail or more space off the rail. He's gonna have to get good on the 6 to come around for the 7. He wants to be really straight, so he can just draw straight back. These kind of shapes are tricky because if you draw the ball too little, then you have a ton of angle. If you draw too much, then you have a ton of angle. But I feel like some of these bigger draws are a little easier to get pretty accurate, while like drawing the ball exactly 1 foot can be hard, but drawing the ball like 2.5 feet is a lot easier. I think because you like almost let yourself like give up on the shorter draw because you're just like imagining yourself hitting it so well. Paul almost missed that. I don't know if the mics picked it up, but he let out a little whoop as it hit the hit the pocket. Paul's looking pretty comfortable. Like, if he gets a good break in, I feel like he should break and run. Oh, 2-ball. Depending on, I think this is a pretty easy like rail first kind of shot, where you'd want to play it with like a bunch of top to try to get it to hit the rail and bounce back off the rail, so that he's not like going towards the through. Well, it looks like he can hit full ball. Oof. That was close. I'm kind of curious about what to do with this 4-ball. He's looking at it, seeing if he can make it in the side. I think what he's doing is something similar I do, where you kind of look at like, can I cut the ball in from all the way over here? If yes, then you know that you can like hit it straight in. I'm not sure if other people do that too, but that's kind of like my little cheat for determining if a ball passes another ball when they're like almost frozen together. That 9-ball's kind of big for getting around on the 4-ball. Curious how he'll go about this one. I almost feel like you could play it. Well, he's playing it different than I'm thinking. I think he's just going to try to slide across the table. Oh. Okay. Yeah. That's a way to play it. I think that just shows his amount of playing one pocket. They probably just like use a bunch of bottom left and come 2 rails sort of back to where he is to shoot the 6. This is going to be a little tricky because to get good on the 6, the 8's in the way. So he might have to kind of take like a weird shot on the 6 to get on the 7. Or you can go that route and not worry about the 8 at all. I don't play like him, as it's pretty obvious by me getting every prediction wrong. This is like a shot where you could like potentially hit the 7 and kind of push it off the rail if you need to. That was nicely played.
How'd it go?
Terrible.
Get every shot wrong.
Every shot wrong. He played every shot different than I would have.
Was that a break and run?
Yes. So it was break and run. Mike D scratched on the break. Paul ran out, and then Paul just broke and ran again. So Mike D might be feeling a little iced out right now.
Right. All right. Another quick shout out. We had a bunch of door prizes, gift certificates, some Allison Fisher signed cue balls, some free Trough weekly tournament entries for everybody who didn't finish in the money this weekend. But specifically, I wanted to shout out to the couple businesses on Hawthorne Boulevard over here that donated some gift certificates for our door prizes. Thanks to Gigantic Brewing. They got a tap house right down the street. Porque No Taqueria, mainstay on Hawthorne for years now. And the newest installation, TPK Brewing, right up the street from us here. A tabletop board game brewery restaurant. But yeah, after the Blazers were way up, they lost that game. I just saw that while I was eating.
Classic.
But yeah, regardless if you were one of the players that got one of those gift certificates, please check out those businesses and mention that you saw them on the stream. So we do appreciate their support and love to make sure that they know they're getting exposure and want to contribute in the future to other events that we might put on.
It's a nice safety by Paul.
Yeah, he played that well.
Feels like he's getting all the easy shots, and Mike D is just coming to the table to have to do this. Ooh.
Oh, look at this. How good does he hit it?
Yeah. It's one of the things I think it's like convinced me to play more aggressive is you can play like really good safeties and then somebody can just do that to you and you're just like, oh, cool, I'm in a worse spot now than I was 2 shots ago. I like always play safe. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get ball in hand, and then this happens. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna give him ball in hand.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how often you're like, man, I just played a really good safety, and then afterwards you're like, wait, why am I kicking at the ball now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Paul taking the offensive foul to just try and tie, or the defensive foul, try and tie something up.
Looks like Mike D is just gonna play defense here and just try to get behind the 9. Wow. It's tough to on these smaller tables, especially to like make sure you hit a rail, but not hit the ball like 2 diamonds too hard.
Oh yeah, Paul had a really clever one where he was kind of down at the bottom of the table and
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
it just barely
yeah.
didn't hit the rail. Yeah, it
I
was pretty
honestly,
clever.
I thought he hit a rail at first. I was like, oh, it just barely touched it.
Yeah, I think
No.
I think it came just short, like it just rocked in that little groove right before the rail,
Yeah.
let the track down along the rail there.
Mike D just called the bank?
Maybe the
Probably for better position
Either
on the
better
2. 'Cause
position
he could
or-
hold the ball a little more, but
I mean, the only thought is maybe the 10 was a little bit in the way, but I think he played it for position more than.
and watching Mike D play at Northwest Cup, he's pretty confident going for banks. So he made a really nice one against the V. It was like really good. So I'm not super surprised that he went for a bank, but I'm terrible at banks, so I would have gone for the cut and just accepted like maybe slightly worse position on the 2 ball. But position on the 2 is pretty important, considering where the 3 is.
Mhm.
I think there's potential for a carom, but you really have to get really good on the 3 ball to do that carom.
Oh.
I think that's Paul taking some of Matt Horner's nomenclature from Northwest Cup, where whenever Matt would miss, he would say "dirty dog," and I just heard Paul say it.
Just tuck the 3 on the other side of the 9. Remove the 3 on the other side of the 9. Tuck the cue ball under the 9.
It's good safety. The one problem is, like, when you play those types of safeties, like, I say this, but I'm not very good at it, is you need to, like, move the 3 ball from a problem spot into a spot where you can
Yep.
make it if you get ball in hand. Which can be really hard to do, because
Well,
if you do end up doing that, then maybe you sell out, because it's already hard enough to control the 2 balls.
cue ball on the 8.
Not quite.
Yeah, you want to get on the 8 and take away that 1 rail kick.
There's like 2 1-rail kicks. Paul could go. Yeah, he's gonna go for it and just basically probably just roll it in, because this is such a like a perfect triangle. It's very easy to just visualize what the route is for the cue ball.
Pretty good.
Anybody can do that. But yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, Paul looks like he's very in control. Even when he's having to kick at the ball, he's playing very confident. This is a tough person to beat when they play like that.
Curious what everybody's performance looks like this weekend.
Man, I see those performance ratings and I'm like, I don't believe any of these. Because they're always like so much higher than I feel like they ever should be.
Paul's at what, 6'7" or 770. Mike D 720. Bill Rosenberry 682. Joe AV
Good out by Paul.
644.
I wonder what's going on in the other match. Looks like somebody might be on the hill.
Yeah, I don't know whose beads are whose, though. Well, I guess we'll find out when if Joe gets out, if he marks one or if he shakes hands.
I feel like if Paul gets another breaking run, that it's gonna make the comeback impossible for Mike D. See, he got that like cue ball to come forward. The 1 ball came up just enough off the bottom rail. Give him a good shot. Well, not a good shot. A makeable shot. It's going to be kind of tough because you have to slow roll this thinner cut in. And hopefully not like get behind the 4 ball. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's quite confident right now,
Yeah.
doing whatever he wants
Yeah.
and getting it.
Yeah. Yeah. He ran. Yeah. You could if he ran into the left side of that five ball, which bounced him out for the two, as opposed to hooking him.
Oof.
Ooh.
My goodness. Well, actually, now that I think back on it, that actually is a really good shot because you hit the 7 ball, you're great.
You're
You
fine.
hit the 7 and then the 5, you're still good.
I think the
Like
only
it's pretty tough.
I think the
Could
only
be pretty tough.
I think the only problem is if you hit the five really full,
And you get right behind
you
the
get
7.
right behind
Yeah.
the seven. It's like but yeah, I see that now. But yeah, you're right. There's
Yeah.
out of the four possibilities, 3 out of 4 are pretty
It
good
like
outcomes.
like when you like first see it, it feels risky, but
Yeah.
actually I think that was really smart.
Really smart shot. Yeah. Yeah. Now that we've taken time to analyze it, I agree with you.
And after I say that he gets away with anything that he wants, or he's getting anything he wants, he plays a terrible shot on the 2 to give him bad shape on the 4 and finally misses. But still leaves Mike D like fully hooked. So that's not gonna be enough.
A good effort, but yeah, should be shop cleanup time for Paul here with the rest of these balls.
It's always interesting seeing how players do ball and jaws. There's so many different ways he can get on the 7 ball, and even just choosing the pocket he wants to get on for the 7 ball. I like that shot. But now he's going to have to come around 3 rails to get back on the 8, but I think that should be really no problem because he shouldn't get close to the 10. Should just be like he's basically just get nice, like a easy stroke.
Well, he wants it to run a little bit more, but
yeah, but it's a 7-foot table.
No, I
Even
know.
that is still
No, I know.
like that's as bad as you want to get.
No, I know it's fine, but
Yeah, it can be really easy to overrun those
Yeah.
those shots, and then you like somehow manage to find the corner pocket.
overrun it, or you get straight when you need an angle.
Yeah.
Oh, what's he done? What'd he do?
Oh my god.
I
don't know
I don't
if it
like it.
goes past now. It might be hooked by the side pocket, the point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways you can run into that ball and it not turn out nearly that bad.
Well, maybe it's not as bad as it
You
looks.
could just draw it back into the opposite point. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that's a good shot.
Yeah, I think the only concern would be if it like was hooked from going into the corner.
Yeah.
But he knew exactly how to play that. You got to play that like kind of soft and just depend on the draw.
Yeah. Well, yeah, once we switched the camera, it was a lot clearer that it wasn't hooked on the point there.
It's going to be tough for Mike T to make the comeback with alternating breaks.
Yep.
Tough to make the comeback even without alternating breaks.
Well, especially, Paul's had a break and run, or he's controlled the table really well,
Yeah.
even if he didn't break and run.
What do you think Paul walked up to him to tell him, like, I'm going to beat you right here? This is your last break.
No, I'm sure they're giggling about something like a couple little schoolgirls
Yeah, that's probably more
or a
accurate.
couple little schoolboys.
I just like to imagine Paul going up and talking trash.
Yeah.
Right before Mike D breaks. Like, oh, did you see how lucky I'm getting? Just to put a little dagger in there.
Yeah. Oh, no. Now Mike D's over there talking to Paul about something.
Yeah, Paul's just things are going too well for him. He has a lot of confidence. I don't think he lose this, because even like one bad game or two bad games is not gonna shake his confidence.
Oh, gambling with that side pocket again. This is a good break
Yeah.
though.
Oh, almost straight in on
Well,
the.
okay.
He could slide over and try to like basically just draw and run into the four ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna
Still not
say,
gonna be great shape because you're gonna like he's gonna follow it.
I think that's all right.
It's a little straight, maybe.
For what, the side pocket or all the way? I
No,
think,
he's gonna go all the way down.
Yeah, I think he's going
but
all the way
then
down.
it's just potentially tough to get on the three ball from there.
Yeah, you kind of got to power it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, he played that really well. That can be a really tough shot. The 2 to 3 transition can be really tough to do right. It's easy to like put too much spin on the ball and end up missing because you were concentrating so much on shape.
We're getting down to the wire. We're down to the final three, so got two here, and Joe just put Bill out on the B side. So the loser of this will be up next playing Joe. Stay tuned.
It's a good out by Mike D.
Yep, I think really good confidence booster. He needed that. Now he just needs Paul to screw up like 3 times.
Yeah, he definitely didn't look like he's been doing a lot of watching Paul play in that rack. He hit every ball exactly how it needed to be hit.
Quick shout out to our sponsors, Litman Lights, Diamond Mine Northwest, Bigglebox.com, the Space Room Bar and Lounge, and Nicole Denisi Designs. Appreciate you guys so much. Everybody watching, if you get a chance, check out the sponsors. You need a pool table, a pool light, pool accessories. You're hosting a pool event. You want to go play pool at the Trough and you need a drink and food first. Please check out our sponsors, and if anything, at least let them know that you saw them on the stream. I want to make sure that they know that they're getting some exposure, and that helps them understand the worthwhileness of sponsoring events like this, and we appreciate their help.
I like that shot from Mike D. I was wondering if he was going to shoot it. Hope it still goes past the 8, but that was really smart to use the 1 to break that out, because he needed to basically be right there for the 2 to 3 anyway. I think he should probably just hit the rail and then run into the 6 ball.
No. Ooh.
I was thinking he was going to try to run into the 6 ball and just leave himself some angle.
Martin Chavez says, damn, Mike didn't chalk once during that run out.
Well, I think he plays with fancy chalk, so he probably only needs to chalk once a day. Sometimes when I'm doing like drills, like where I'm not using any spin or anything, I'll go like 100 shots before I chalk. Once I start like miscuing on a center ball shot, then I like, oh, time to chalk again. I think we need a ref over here for this. He must be frozen to it. Paul's joking with him, saying, good hit. I think Paul's going to try to run into these balls, so maybe the 4 ball doesn't go. Oh, the 4 ended up in like difficult spot. They've just gone a little bit further. You can just roll it into the side. I always hate these jacked up shots. Makes any shot like 10 times harder. Like, remove that 8 ball. Paul, I bet on Paul making this shot. But without it, or with it there, it's just so easy to do that. Especially since he has to like basically use follow, so he doesn't get to hit the ball like as hard and confidently as he wants. Oh, that's a tough lead from Mike. He definitely hit that way thicker than he wanted.
All right. Got my calories for the day.
That was a really good jump from Mike. Yeah, play that back. It's one of those shots where your opponent, like you're sitting in the chair watching your opponent fully hook themselves, and you're like, oh, all right,
calories for the day.
I'm coming back to the table, and then they do that. It's like false hope. It's a good shot on the 7. It's easy to overcut that ball or undercut it. That's also a good shot. Well, looks like we might need to settle in because I think Mike's got a thing or two to say about staying in this match.
I don't know if y'all can hear that, but Mike's up there racking, talking at Paul. He's like, yeah, you know, I thought about trying to get shape, but I was down so much, I might as well do something impressive.
I mean, if you're on the stream for a reason, right?
9.
It's always nice to hit those shots on while being recorded. The important thing, though, is that you still win the rack.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if you make that shot and then you miss the next ball. It's like, well, that was losing the rack with extra steps.
Yep. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Just a little loosey-goosey with that cue ball by the side pockets.
Really open, too. Only thing is Paul getting right on the 2 ball so they can get over to the 4. But with ball in hand, it's a lot easier to get good shape. I feel like he'll just slide down the rail. He wanted to be further down than that. I wonder if you actually play that all the way to the bottom rail, and then you, instead of playing this direction for shape, he's actually playing from the bottom rail.
Play out the left side rail. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
It's always like when you mess up the shot, then you're like, you know, if I had just done it this way, I would have been fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's still good enough. Like, this is a shot that he should make. He could even get fancy with it and come around like 3 rails.
Yeah.
that makes the pot a little bit easier because he's gets to hit it a little like more confidently, and it looks cooler. Yeah, I think he's looking at it. I think he's lamenting at how small the window is.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But I think actually the window is really wide because he should hit, if he hits the third diamond, then he should hit the second diamond, and then he should hit the second diamond. Even if he runs into the 8-ball, he should be fine. Yeah.
No, a beaut. Right through it.
Yeah, it like doesn't look clear, but like if you get that initial line right, then it's wide open. Then I'll go 3 rails here. You kind of under hit. I'd like to be a little closer to this because this is gonna be kind of funky.
Looks a little straight.
Yeah. He's gonna have to play this. Like I would potentially play it with like top, and after it hits that first rail, it's gonna kind of flatten out a little because it's gonna be like not running English. So it'll like, kind of like slow down. So you actually get to hit this at a pretty good pace. He's going with draw though, so he's gonna come out to more center table.
Or just get straight.
I mean, yeah. Why give yourself an angle when you just get straight in? Play that really nice with a little bit of spin too to get further over for the 8-ball. I should stop trying to think about what Paul's gonna do because he's not gonna do what I would do. His style is a lot different than mine, so it can be interesting watching him play because it's like, oh, I wouldn't have thought to do that. I mean, I'm not at the table, so there's a lot less thinking involved.
Right.
By me, but yeah, that was a really good playing by Paul. He made Mike D look like he had no chance.
All right. Well, I'm going to take a break for a second, and we'll be right back with Johandri Abraham versus Mike Deichmann. All right, I'm back. We've got our third place match between Michael Deichmann, and Joey B, Yohindri Abraham Batista. This is a race to 6. All right, so it appears I am losing Brookman for this match, but I am getting a Clifford Maxon sitting with me. Keep the commentary rolling and the entertainment top notch. Anybody who is tuned in late or is just unaware of what they're watching, this is Tyrel's third fairly annual turkey shoot here at Trough Bar and Billiards in Portland, Oregon. Playing 10 ball, 7-foot diamond, tables, alternate break. Field capped at 24. We've only got 4 tables at the venue here. $75 entry, $1,000 added.
When Holmes speaking. Cool.
All right.
Hello, chat room. My name's Brookman.
You could just pretend to keep being Brookman.
Was he just talking smack the whole last match?
No, actually he wasn't at all. He was actually talking about how him and Paul play different.
Oh.
And how he was just going to give up trying to predict what Paul was doing. I was like, well, just pick the exact opposite.
Was Brookman just, it was just like, oh, just roll it in. Don't use rails.
Yeah, that's why we were joking afterwards. The very last match, like Brookman called this 3-rail position play, and he told Paul, he's like, I called that 3-rail shot. And I was like, that's the only shot he got right. The rest of the time he was just sitting there going, man, does Paul even know how to play pool? He's doing this whole thing wrong.
Of course, Brookman is saying that.
No, that was just me projecting for Brookman.
Oh. It was his intentions. You know,
It's gonna be up on the rail. It's gonna be hard.
Yep.
Hard shape for the 3 now. I also like that Brookman said he has to go, but then he orders another beer and just hangs out at the bar chatting with Scudder.
He did close out, though.
He's almost done practicing.
Jacking up. Hit that pretty good.
Hit it too good. Got it all the way back there and then some. Well, tough shot to tough shot.
Yeah, kind of how it ends up when you're a little bit out of line. Gets harder and harder.
Yep. How about those Trailblazers, man?
I watched that game. It's like the third, fourth quarter this year where they haven't like made more than one field goal in like 6-minute span.
So it's like Blazers of yore. Just nothing in the fourth quarter.
They're up-
Yes, somebody posted the third quarter score in the chat. I'm like, is that real? Is that a real score
They were up 26.
against the Bucks?
Yeah.
Well, chance to get in line here.
I think he's good.
Looks good from this angle.
Just drop it in.
Yep. Swoosh.
You gotta think about position from the 8 to the 10. He left himself a little steep there. I don't like that. Got a whole table to work with on that shot. Yeah, he recognizes it. Made this 100 times harder.
Yeah, obviously it's you line a big risk of getting on the wrong side of that 8-ball. And to stay on the right side, you gotta slow roll this, and then you're risking not even getting the ball to the pocket.
Hard to tell from where I'm sitting. It doesn't look like you can really hold it with inside. But the camera. Oh, yep. That's. Didn't I just call this about a minute ago?
You did. You did. That position from the 8 to the 10 would be very important.
Just spike draw that. Well, hey.
Yeah. Can't get away with it, I think.
These are shots I used to miss all the time.
All right, Joe on the board first.
Like deep on the cliff. Catching your fingers on the little.
I was wondering about the tape on his finger earlier.
I don't know, when I'm grabbing balls out of there, I'll hit the little plastic cover.
The whatever thing.
Yeah, and then drop the ball on the ground.
Wow.
That's at least once a week. I should have learned by now.
Well, as I mentioned, we had $1,000 added to this event, thanks to our gracious sponsors. Lipman Lights, Diamond Mine Northwest, Bigglebox.com, Space Room Bar and Lounge, and Nicole Denisi Designs. Thanks again, you guys, for helping me put on this cool event. Players were very excited for it.
Nice shot by Mike there.
Well, I'm not going to talk about it on the stream, but
Touchy shape here.
yeah. Well, it looked like Mike was starting to catch a groove in that point match with Paul up until like at the end there, but he been struggling with the cue ball in the side pocket on the break.
Mm. It's hitting the break good though, except for that one. controlling the one nicely and making one of those second row balls.
Yep. Just a reminder, we've got our jump queue raffle happening after this match. We'll be doing that right before we start the finals. So, if you got one of those raffle spots, remember to stick around. Going by air.
Pretty close.
Pretty close, yeah.
Gonna get away with it.
What's you guys? You got one of the BK Rush jump cues?
Now it's Mike's turn to go in the air. So I'll make a couple nice jump shots yesterday. There we go. Drills it. Tough shape here. Like a stun follow, little hook follow might be able to get there. Like that. That's a great shot.
All right, I am back.
Mike just nailed a beautiful 5-ball. Keeping it simple there. Yep, Mike's just keeping those movements simple as possible. Breaking round, I think?
No, because Joe had to jump at that,
Oh, right, yeah.
what was it, the 3-ball?
3-ball.
All right, 1-all. Now a race to 5. Did you spend your 4K no gift certificate yet?
I was gonna, but then you got those chicken nuggets and I had to go to Super Deluxe.
Yep. Speaking of that, quick shout out to a couple local businesses on Hawthorne Boulevard that were gracious enough to throw down, donate some gift cards for our door prizes for all the players that finished out the money. But yeah, big shout out to TPK Brewing, Gigantic Brewing, and 4K No for being so gracious.
And 50-yard blind himself. Not sure if he was playing for the side or the corner there.
A little of both, maybe.
Well, that's not smart.
Well, that's often how you end up in a position like this. Ooh. I was literally about to say I really thought that would fall. Luckily I wasn't quick enough because it did fall.
Pretty nice little shot. Let's drop that in.
Ah.
Try to go back to basically where he was.
Under the 8 or short side for the 8?
Let's see where we are now. I don't know.
I think he'll play. I'm pretty sure I saw the same shot earlier and he played short side. But the way he's cueing it, I don't think he's doing the same thing this time.
Yeah, I think that was a little more natural way. Nice shot. Get out there.
All right, 1-2. 1-2, back and forth.
My D. See where that one ball goes. I guess see where that cue ball goes. He stuck at center table last time.
That's a nice change from his match with Paul because it kept kind of that forward and suck back towards the side pocket.
I can do that every time.
And he got it in the side pocket at least twice.
Solid hit.
Get there.
Great shot there.
I think Mike's got a good chance of getting out here.
Mike's cue ball has barely moved this rack. That's probably doubled the cue ball distance this rack from that one shot there. Brooklyn's explaining something to Paul right behind Mike. And
Yeah, I can hear Paul. I was trying to figure out what they're nerding out about over there.
oh ball. Oh ball.
Whoa, cue ball. Whoa, cue ball. All right. Do. Well, you're watching the stream. You're in the YouTube chat. Say what's up. Let us know who you're rooting for. Who you're rooting for in the final. Who you think's going to take this down. Those of you who got raffle spots, let me know that you're getting pumped. We're going to do that following this match. Right before we start the finals. So.
Try to get the cue ball down behind the 4-3-10. Just like that.
Pretty good shot.
Leave a little jump kick.
The one
One
rail
rail.
kick.
Yeah. I would have jump kicked it. I hate long one rails like that. Don't take anything.
Yeah. Don't take anything from the bar that's not yours. Don't forget your cues, Brookman. No.
Didn't even want to try to go for the hit. Just make the run out harder. It's gonna roll up behind 5 there. Hope that 2 doesn't go in. Yeah, I left it right in front of the pocket. It's pretty. Should make it hit here. But yeah, that was the other thing that could happen there. Scratch is pretty big. That puts him on 2. I don't think that 3 ball goes anywhere.
Doesn't pass the 4, you don't think?
Um, Mike's gonna try to put him in jail.
Well, you said he's on 2, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
This for player this level, this should be hit 100% of the time.
3 rails.
No, it's 1 rail.
Oh, I guess he does have the 1 rail, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, you gotta add some right to it. But yep. Not good enough for Mike there. Does that 4 ball go?
Graham says that he thinks Mike's going to get this match, but his money's on Paul for the win. He wants to know if either of us want a side bet.
No, Graham. Yeah, the 4 ball does go. Look at that. But this is where
Well, 5 ball.
that intentional foul is coming into have some benefit here. Got up there pretty good. Shot easier than the one Mike just did, but still not super easy. Playing a 2-way here. Not the best execution. Left him tough, kind of tough still though. I think he wanted that 3 on the end rail. Eesh. That's one way to do it.
Well, if your hands are cold, just put them right here, in between the vents of both the laptop and the hardware switcher.
My hands are never cold. I think he thought he was gonna get a hold of that a little more.
I potted it. Left himself a little angle. Should be all right.
I think he'll be fine. Tyrel just counting that money drop in.
Bing, 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 bing. It's like slot machine. The only problem is that's not what makes me money. It's the things that come out of it that get put in the table. Once they go on the table, then it's ching, ching, ching.
Well, that's what it's for, man.
So still going back and forth here.
Oh, nice little effect there. Watch that cue ball.
Yeah, but
10-ball break is so hard.
yep.
Even when you hit it good.
Well, you gotta make like 4 balls on the break
Like
and still have the lowest ball dress up.
every time, like, ooh, I hit that one clean. The cue ball's like right where the 7-ball is, and then the 1 ball's right in front of the corner pocket,
Nice little kick there from Paul or the Mike.
and somehow a ball just winds up in between the cue ball and the 1 ball. It's like, yeah, cool.
Hey, everyone out there in viewer land, if you haven't already, please share the stream. Let people know that we got a 3rd place match right now, and we're heading into the finals very soon. Also, subscribe to the channel. Get notifications when I go live with other events. Hoping to have a event like similar to this out of the trough every few months, every 3 to 4 months. So I think earlier I was ruminating about maybe a Banks Barbox Banks tournament next. So smash the like button, subscribe.
That's the kind of shot you shoot when you're like, I don't really want to run out here. I did that a few times yesterday. Like, man, even if I make this, what's gonna happen? Oof. Came out of that looking pretty good. Mike worried about the scratch here? Nope. Yeah, he's avoiding that shot. Oh, is he gonna get away with it too?
Well, that's a Mike D move there. If you're kicking, he calls a ball. A lot of times he'll just call the 10 ball to screw with his opponent, even though he's just
Oh
playing
yeah,
safe.
I know. He was just trying to
I know. But
not scratch there. 'Cause I think the other way the
I think
ticky scratch was on. I think the ticky scratch was on that way too.
yeah. I think the safety there was the intended safety. Him and Paul had a couple good exchanges in the previous
No one's
match.
playing a kick separate.
Go back and watch the last match on the stream. There was a couple. Paul had a really good wild one where it's like, wow, that's really well planned and executed. Yeah, just figure out how to plan and execute those, and you'll go up 27 points.
No, no one's playing that shot. I don't care if your name's Efren, but he's not playing that.
Kick like a man. Fire at and sell out.
I think he really wants to break up this 5-ball right now. Does it go?
I don't think so.
Inside, he's just like, if I just draw into the rail off the 5, I'll get shape on the 4-ball. But if I miss it, I look like an idiot.
Maybe it goes.
Maybe it goes? Oh, well then, forget everything I just said.
Man. Yeah, without getting up and walking over to take a look, there was no way that looked like it went. All right. Like looking strong to make this 3-3.
Where's the 9 going? I'm guessing corner.
Oh, I would assume, yeah, bottom right corner. Well, I don't know. He might swing. Well, it depends on if he's straight. Yeah, I think if he hadn't been straight, he may have come down to play on the side.
Yeah. Yeah, but watching his last couple runouts, it seems like he likes to minimize that cue ball movement as much as possible. Because it's a 7-foot table.
Yeah. You want to talk about sponsors?
No.
No? Fine.
So much closer, so much in line with that 9-ball than I was. As I'm stroking, I'm getting ready to yell.
All right. Shout out to our sponsors. Mike Littman over at Littman Lights. Mike was in the chat for a little bit earlier. We appreciate all of Mike's support. John Scudder, Diamond Mine Northwest. John's in the building. He actually lost his noon match and has been here ever since, sweating the action. Appreciate John supporting the event, playing in the event. Thanks to Stephen Crease over at picklebox.com. They kindly donated a BQ jump cue that we'll be raffling off right before the start of the finals match. We sold all those spots, so if you were thinking about it, sorry, you're too late. But good luck to everybody who did buy spots. I'm rooting for you. Thanks to Jay and Casey over at Space Room. Appreciate a neighboring business supporting each other. And of course, big shout out and thanks to Nicole Denisi Designs. Appreciate Nicole helping out with my graphic media work.
Is that how you pronounce her name?
What? Oh,
It's a joke, because no one ever gets her name right.
right. What's the Northwest Cup pronunciation?
Deontay?
Oh, yeah, Beyonce, Nicole Beyonce.
Looks like you can just draw straight back here. Corner pocket is kind of big, but It's kind of big. Not that big. Then get good on this ball and you're. Yeah, nice shot. Not sure what happened there.
Speaking of Beyonce, is she in? Is that her sitting up there next to John?
Probably.
A little creepy. I feel like Mike D is just staring us down
I know.
because I forget that
Very uncomfortable.
the stream is on the big TV directly above our heads.
Yep, I got you.
Oh, action.
Tough shot though.
Cleveland says, "Sup, Cliff? I was thinking you'd be popping this one off. I'm gonna have to come down and show you a thing or two."
Come on, Cleaver. Get down here.
And then Mike was playing the 6. Joe's got the option here.
Think he's going for it.
It looks like the bank's on.
But you gotta get above the 8. Or play 2 banks to the same pocket. Guess kind of a 2-way.
Yeah. Guess I thought he could. I thought he had the angle that he was crossing it a little bit. He has
Yeah.
not.
Oh, that ball went.
I missed it.
Oh, that ball went.
Yeah, it sure did, didn't it? Right, Mike up 4-3. It's his first lead in the game, right?
First lead.
Martin asking if the B-side winner has to double dip Paul. No. We decided for this event that we're doing a longer finals, just a single finals, a longer race, a race to 9. So. One, you kind of make up the double dip by having the longer race, and 2, you eliminate the scheduling and possible need for 2 matches at the end when you're doing the streaming and scheduling the matches and the logistics. It just makes it run a little bit nicer. I know people have mixed feelings on the double dip versus the longer race.
All right. I think they both made the ball where the 6 ball is every single break.
Right, that's the one
That's the
we're
one.
calling in the side.
Yeah. Oh, and it goes low. Jinxed him.
It's not real.
That was the first dry break of the match, too.
Been waiting for table service all day. I don't think we're gonna get it.
No,
I don't think he liked my joke.
I wouldn't like it if I was here on a Sunday afternoon with 4 people in the bar.
Yeah, but it's me and you.
Certified a-holes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man,
Surprised he didn't call the 10.
you get Dan to invest in a taller table
Whoa.
for the streaming booth. I'd really like to stand right now. I've been sitting all day. And I feel like I just look awkward, like I'm just peeking over the plexiglass blind that we have set up. What are you guys doing?
Oh, I kind of like this. Playing the combo to give yourself a little easier way to get shape on the 2-ball.
Yeah.
Nice thought. Just a little stun across. Ooh.
Oh, Berkman likes Joe's game. Well, maybe you should have stuck around and commentated. Maybe you would have.
Could have learned a thing or two, Brickman.
Well, no, he would have known all the shots this time
Oh.
instead of, you know, having no idea what Paul's going to do.
Yeah, he's cruising right now. Kind of landed in no man's land right there. I mean, he's fine, but like a little angle on these.
He made his own angle. Nice not to be on the rail though, but should be okay.
All right, 8-ball on the side. $1.
$1,
Oh,
8-ball on the
I'll
side.
bet you $1 the 8-ball's going in.
Right, if the 5 goes in, the other side I get $1.
What? Or are we just getting free dollars?
Yes.
Okay. Money,
Damn it.
please.
Damn. He almost made both.
Almost.
Canceled each other out. All right, how's he looking on the 1? Past the 9?
I think so.
This looks like a very runnable rack.
Yeah, it's the three to the four is the only.
Brickman says table service is a good team name.
Yes.
I like table text. Table text to table 5. You're on the clock. Man, they really need that table fixed.
That's
A little
not an angle I like.
much on the angle.
Looking at the table, it looks better than the monitor. Oh, no.
Short side.
7-foot table.
Yeah. Short side, not that big of a deal. Could get in trouble in this transition. All right. I didn't think he needed to go forward, but I like he could just drawn the ball and had the same shot, but on the other side of the table. All right, Joe on the hill.
Pretty high quality match going on here.
Yeah. My money is that it goes hill. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Mike Littman is in the house. No wonder he disappeared from the chat.
Hard to chat and drive. Double or nothing on the 4-ball?
No.
Oof.
Why'd I say no? I'm gonna leave you to it for a second. I gotta finish filling out some raffle tickets to throw in that jar. I'll be right back.
It's just me in the chat room now.
Don't burn the place down.
Ooh. There we go. Is he gonna get screwed? No. Could have gone better, but that was a great shot. Oof. I think he was trying to land the cue ball behind the 6 there. Kick the 6 out of there. Leaving a runnable table for Joe. Nothing easy here. And Immediate trouble. Yeah, I think the kick's the right shot here. You don't really have no way to get back on the 3-ball though. I mean, not no way. Eight landing there made this a little easier. I mean, not really sure if you can spin the heck out of it and go between the 6-7 one rail, or full ball jump when you're not even a ball's width away from the ball. Yep. Those are tough to do. My boy Summerfield taught me how to do that a couple summers ago. I still can't do it. Chance for Mike to get on the hill, get himself a little angle so the 3 stays there. If it rolls off to the other side. Ooh. And just burned my retinas. I can't see. He's just on the wrong side of this ball. Maybe he's trying to go 2 rails now. Oh, just a little draw. Going 3 rails. He was going 3 rails, he just didn't get a hold of it. Holy moly. Yeah.
Told the story in the last match because I heard him say this. I heard him say the ball. If you were doing something outstanding, it's more interesting.
Right.
Better TV.
It's better TV, Tyrel. It's all about you, buddy. Hill
Thank-
Productions, baby.
Thanks for the ad revenue there, Mike.
Hill Productions.
Mike knows what's up. We're called Hill Hill Productions for a reason. We want Hill Hill matches. Well, I should have told you where the replay button was before I walked away.
Yerp.
Yerp. Yerp, yerp. All right. This is for all the 3rd place marbles.
Some aesthetic things out here.
I'll leave.
That one ball looks
He's been getting like he's had multiple one ball in the sides off of his breaks, and I don't think any one ball in the corner shots. Which is,
Transition of the two balls not great though. What's he gotta do? Suck back over the rail? Where he's looking?
that's what he's looking at.
Oh, a little twisty boy out of the rail.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Looks like he's got the edge of it. Look like you're working.
Oh, one rail up to the middle of the table. Nope.
I like my comments there without context. Got Dan Wolf harassing us with a camera right now.
After he blinded me with some sort of.
Oh, the headlamp. He was asking me if I need light over there to fill out the raffle tickets. No. Well,
Just made it weird.
action for Mike D.
He really wanted to be locked up behind that 9 ball.
Just realized Littman's in the room. I better get his logo up there.
Yeah, he didn't want to leave a jump there because even if he doesn't make this, there's a million ways to get safe from it.
Oof, good shot. Good jump shot. I keep forgetting I have a replay button.
You literally just told me about it.
I know. Oof, good shot.
Ugh.
Local hoodlums wandering in. Jackson Evans.
Oh no. Oh, he played a great shot too.
Wow.
That is,
That makes you a little sick to your stomach.
yeah, 100%. Wow. Broke up the 9, made his ball, and then what did he carry him off the 7 and scratch?
Yep.
Oof.
Is that 8 past the 9?
I think so.
Or is he got to go down into it?
I think he's good.
Nah, it's got to pass the way he's playing it. It's funny from the camera angle, it looks so tight, and then you watch the ball pass it, you're like, oh, it's all sorts of room.
All day.
Oof, I think Mike D got away with one here on
Yeah.
in the final rack.
Such a brutal scratch, Hill.
Yeah. Well, there it is, folks. Mike D by the hair of his chinny chin pulls off a hill win. All right, we're gonna take a break for a few minutes. When we come back, gonna do the raffle, and then we will get our finals match started. So hang with.
Check, 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 check.
Hey, how's it sound? Is there any sound? Does this cord even work?
Thanks, man. Yeah, good shooting. Getting weird static here. You can weird static.
Oh, yeah.
You want to just do it with that, the headset? The issue is
Hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, this one's better. Hello, check, 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 check. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, this is kind of doing okay. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, yeah, that works. Okay. Oh, I don't think I had muted in I think I had muted in OBS. Yeah, can you hear me okay there, Dan? All right. So you can barely see me on the camera here, but I got Nicole with me here. I've got all our raffle tickets, so I'm going to have Nicole step back by the table, draw us a ticket, and we'll announce just one. And the lucky winner is, this guy who swooped up the last 6 tickets on the stream earlier, Christian Youngers. Gonna make me ship this all the way to Norfolk. Well, congratulations, Christian. I hope you're watching. If not, I'll be reaching out here shortly to let you know that you won the Jump Queue raffle. All right, thanks, everybody. We will get this finals match started here right quick. All right, we are back for a finals match. A rematch of our point match between Michael Deichmann and Paul Marquez. The finals is a single race to 9. A little frog in my throat. Let me get a drink of water here quick.
Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. This is Michael Littman on the mic. Mic on the mic. Hello. Is that, hopefully it's not too loud.
No.
Well, I mean for, I use my golf voice. I can't hear you though. Mm-mm.
Oh, it's because I was on mute. It probably helps if
That
I'm
would
not on mute.
explain it.
Yeah. Well, I got one of my favorite people in the Northwest Pool, Mike Littman, also one of the sponsors for this event. Appreciated your support.
Absolutely.
Super stoked to see that you were able to swing by. Saw you in the chat for a minute earlier.
Yeah, I just happened to I went over to a friend's house to watch my Broncos win their 5th straight game. And afterwards, or during the game, I was like, oh, I should check out what's going on at the tournament. And then I was like, hey, I'm not that far away, so
Perfect.
I'm just going to drive over and sweat this thing in person.
Well, and you made it just in time.
I did. Two really good friends here, Paul and Mike, if not best friends. far as I know.
Yeah, Mike trying to win a tournament and turn around and go build lights for you tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's going to come in and do a bunch of work for me tomorrow and keep the stuff churning out. So
Nice. Yeah, I've been joking about it's basically a week later Team Oregon reunion.
Right.
Melina was in the field yesterday.
Oh, was she? I didn't know that.
Well, and then for the initial point match, obviously that was between Paul and Mike. Brookman sat in with me, so it was like
Right.
it's just kind of meant
Yeah,
to be.
when I tuned in, I heard him on the chat, and I thought the same thing. I thought, weren't we all just together in Seattle? So that's cool. So we got a new just single race to 9.
Yep.
Right. And I assume that's determined at the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah,
and
yeah, it was
so-
it was in the original
Yeah, but-
event post and whatnot. I think it's
Yeah.
even not this landscape flyer that Nicole did for me,
Yeah.
but like the main big flyer. I know Dan already hung it on the wall back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was predetermined that was the format we were doing.
Same as more or less the same format as NWPA. So
Yeah, it's convenient for the streaming and the scheduling because you just know it's just one match
yeah,
as opposed to
that double dip scenario,
know,
you just never know.
are we going to be done after one or do we have to do two?
Right. Yeah. Well, I was really hoping that I was going to see Cuppy living in this bar for the next year, but
Yeah, I keep joking about I just felt like it was easier and maybe more brutal to make Ed drive Cuppy down to us next year.
there you go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
I think I also made a joke. I forgot my car seat.
yeah. But yeah, I did check, and the RAV4 is definitely Cuppy approved. So next year.
Yeah, already thinking about it. Looking forward to it. So,
Thank you, Ken.
Ken says Littman lights are the best. Bought one for his 9-foot table. Friends who saw it were thinking of going with the diamond light, but both switched to the Littman once they saw mine.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Appreciate you, Ken. So, and actually, as it turns out, in the future, if you're buying a diamond light, it might actually be a Littman light. I'm making tournament lights for them now, so that's a done deal. I'm pretty sure I can say it in public. They used them at the U.S. Amateur and at the
Yeah, I think I saw a picture on Facebook.
Yeah, and they used them at the International Open.
Yeah, I don't remember if that was something you shared or if Diamond shared it, or if APA, the U.S. Amateur, shared it. I remember seeing it.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Speaking of Littman lights,
Nice.
just get your logo up
I
there.
love it. Yeah. Cool, cool. All right. So 1-0. Marquez on the board.
Yeah, nice nice
So-
shot on the 10 ball in the side pocket there to finish that.
I heard
rack.
you guys, you and Cliff were talking about what ball. So which ball's tending to go here?
So the 7 ball. So
Like that.
yeah, so the 7 ball is whatever ball was where that 7 ball was, right behind the 1.
It's
So
going
the ball,
straight in the side, huh?
yeah, the ball directly behind the 1 on the left is going to the left-hand side pocket.
Interesting.
Generally, when they're making a ball.
Yeah. Interesting.
Which is pretty much the goal with kind of the traditional go-to 10-ball break.
Okay.
Pretty much hitting it kind of head on, and depending on to which side you slightly hit it more or less, one of those 2 balls behind the 1 ball goes to the side pocket. And then it becomes a speed adjustment as to whether or not they go above the pocket or below the pocket
Okay.
or in the pocket.
Yeah. Well, I think he's just going to have to juice this up with some inside and come above the 10 ball for the 5 next here, I think. Or he could just take a cut on the 5. Oh, he's going around. He was planning on going around 3 rails, but he ran into the 8.
Yeah, lost some speed off the 8.
I don't know if he can see the piece of the ball he needs to cut that 5 or not. If not, I think he's going to fire a bank.
I think he's going to put the cue ball over behind that 6.
Oh, you think he's going to play safe, huh? That's what a smart player would
Oh,
do.
he's going to put the 5 ball behind the 6. There we
you
go.
I don't know how much of that he could see. It might have been his only option, really.
Yeah, yeah. In retrospect, after I said it, it's like, well, I guess if he could put the cue ball over there, he'd
Right.
probably have almost enough of the ball to cut it towards
Well,
that pocket
that was
anyways.
well played. If this were me, I would kick it right into the hole and come hit both rails behind the 5 and miss the 5. That's exactly how I would have played that shot. Just see that from a mile away.
So as Berkman described it earlier, his own kicking system he calls kicking like a man, getting down, just picking a spot on the table and selling out.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Sometimes you're kicking at a big ball. I felt like that 5 was kind of a small ball, and that gap between the ball and the rails was looming pretty large there.
Oh yeah, thanks Nicole. As a reminder, if you're out there watching the chat or watching the stream in the chat, please share the stream. Let everybody know we got the finals going on. That we got this cool extended race to 9
Yeah.
between 2 of these top Oregon players.
Yeah, it's funny how the cream rises to the top sometimes, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, I think our final 4 were the top 4 Fargos.
Who was, besides Joe, who was the other?
Bill Rosenberry,
Okay, yeah.
who actually
Yeah, I think you're right.
would have been the second highest,
Yeah.
but he ended up finished. So our big old discrepancy there is the second highest finished 4th, and then it's
Yeah. I know the name, but I don't think I've ever met Bill. I'm sure I will someday. That's one of the things that I really enjoy about the Northwest Cup is I'm getting to meet and getting to know all these really great players who all, without exception, turned out to be actually really, really lovely people to be around too.
yeah.
So-
I had a great time up the Northwest Cup. Just outside of meeting some of the other Washington players, just the cool atmosphere having Allison and your wedding photographer out of the Yellow Pages, who strangely has a very strange resemblance to ex-Mosconi Cup player Chris
Oh my
Reinhold.
God. He did a dump of his photos into Facebook and on a private Facebook page, and I'm telling you, he's the guy. I mean, it's a if he didn't play pool as good as he did, I would say he should do the photography thing. But
Yeah,
We're-
I've seen a few of them.
yeah, really, yeah. I've posted a couple of them, and I mean, they're really, really good, really top notch, good stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, unbeknownst to Mike D, I've got a little parting captain's gift for him.
Cool.
Got a ball sign. I got a ball signed by both Chris and Allison
Oh, cool.
while I was up there. So
Excellent. Bet he'll love that.
Paul out to an early 2-0 lead.
So
Go ahead.
I think, I've known both these guys for a few years now, and I know Paul, his Fargio's been around 670-ish for a while, but I think that Mike, he used to be up there, and I feel like he's just sort of been slowly dropping for the last few years. So I
Yeah.
know he's got a gear where he can play right there with Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when Fargo first kind of showed up on the scene, I think Mike was around 680, 670, and Paul was in the 660s.
Okay.
And yeah, there's kind
Yeah.
of been a little bit of a shift. Don't know if it's just the tournaments they played in,
Right.
how often,
Yeah. But to your point, we got the top 4 Fargo rated players. It doesn't lie. Let's just say that. It just doesn't lie. It's pretty amazing how
well, and even the discrepancy of watching, not, I'm not saying anything bad about any of the other players, but, when you look at the numbers, nobody in particular, you kind of look at the high 500, right around 600 players, you see some of their moves, and then you look at, once you get up to, the 635 and up, some of their safety moves are
Mhm.
just the moves that they see, I guess.
yeah. Well, that's interesting to hear you say that because I do wonder, like what does it take to get from level A to level B to level C, and like where are the strengths and weaknesses that tend to come out? And I know you're a player who's rated right in that area you were talking about. So that you would say that's the biggest difference between you and these guys is sort of the nuance of the safety game
Yeah.
more than anything else.
Well, the funny thing is, I feel like I've learned some more, the more I sit and watch, but at the same time, talking about, I'm right about, I was up to 585 at one point. I'm floating around 579 these days. The thing is, I know when I'm supposed to play safety, and then I find myself at the table not playing safety, going, "Holy crap, that safety would have been a way better shot. Why did
Right.
I just sell out right here?"
Right.
So part of it is just breaking bad habits.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I definitely feel like even sometimes it's something as simple as I get down on a ball and like I don't feel comfortable, but I just shoot it anyway.
Yep.
Like stand up and start over, dummy.
Done good to get the rail. I think he's left the edge of the ball though.
Well, if he has, he's not going to like it when he gets back to the table. Yeah, he's not going to like this.
I mean, he needs to
Oh,
slow up.
yeah.
He needs to slow up. All right. Yeah, I think he's got the hook there.
I thought Paul was going to hit that a little harder and try to use the 7 and 5 as blockers there. What did Cleveland say? What's going on for New Year's Eve? Trough tournament. Ah, good question, Cleveland. Do we know?
I don't believe we've got. I don't have anything planned. I don't know if Dan has anything planned. I know he does buy champagne and has the champagne toast in the bar every year. But
Nice. This is what, his 3rd or 4th year?
we are going into the 3rd year.
Going into the 3rd year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that tournament, that memorial tournament he did for his mom at the end of July marked 2 years, I believe.
Yeah, it's cool. I like the spot. It's a cool vibe. Anybody out there who's never been here should come down to the Trough and play in one of their Wednesday or Sunday tournaments, or just come and hang out on a weekday or something. It's a nice little spot. Seven, obviously, he's got to play for the 7 either in the side or this lower left corner. Doesn't go by the 8, so that's probably the trickiest part of this out at this point. And he's a little straight on. He's just going to have to draw it straight back and to where the cue ball is now. That would be fine.
Yeah. He's got a draw, but he's going to kind of get close sliding past the 7. He has to have a little bit of angle. But
So
it's a little
angling to where the cue ball is going to go towards the stone.
Yeah.
So he's going to draw it all the way back to the foot rail is my prediction. No, he's going forward. What's he doing? Oh, he's going to play short side shape for the
short
other
side.
corner. Wow. He must have had more angle than I thought.
Yeah, there must have been the somebody who recognized calls.
little pause in the action here for some meet and greet. I don't know who that is, but hug foul. Mike just said, "Hug foul, I win."
Oh, okay. I figured it out. So Paul's been a wrestling coach over at I don't remember which high school it used to be, or not used to be, which high school he used to be a wrestling coach at. Apparently he said it's one of his old wrestlers. He made the joke. He's like, they grow up and they go to bars now.
Right. Oh man. Yeah. Getting. It's one of the weird things that start happening when you get to a certain age. Kids that you knew when they were kids are no longer kids. Kind of a mind, you know what?
A little bit of a gamble there, and he knew he was going into the ball.
Yeah.
He's hoping he could go into it pretty full, but it's kind of pumped out away from the rail a little bit. So now he's got a tester of a back cut.
Cue ball's obviously going to get a little loose here.
Yeah.
He did a good job of
Oh,
that was a little bit.
Got underneath the 10 and it just stopped him dead.
Yeah.
Well, that's trouble when you get a little out of line. It's
Yeah.
really easy to stay out of line.
Yeah, rotation, man. It'll do that to you. Rotation games will do that to you. But this is one of those where you tell yourself all you gotta do is make the ball. Shape is built in. And they missed it. Rolled thick.
No. I think he's gonna leave. Well, both balls are on the rail.
Yep.
So it's not a walk in the park.
Nope.
But Mike, very experienced player.
So I just recently had a lesson with Darren Appleton, and he told me when the cue ball's on the rail like this, he likes to look at the cue ball as he's shooting, as opposed to normally when you look at the
Looking at the object ball.
Yeah, make sure you're cueing on the right part of the cue ball.
Oof. Yeah, that's where it gets tough. Well, he was, like I said, he was working with both balls on the
Yep,
rail, so
both
it's
balls
like,
on
you
the
know,
rail, yep.
one ball on the rail is hard enough. Both balls on the
Was-
rail.
He almost kind of one-stroked that. He was like a 1.5 stroke,
Yeah.
but he does play fast.
Yep.
He was playing fast at Northwest Cup.
Yeah, I remember having to have a talk with him, that, you know, to slow down a little bit.
It was interesting how, like when Cole was playing the shot, you'd hear the shot clock every shot that he took. It didn't really. I mean, I think he just got used to it, but it's just his tempo is
Oh,
just,
yeah.
you know, longer. And when Mike and James DeVee were playing, I don't think you ever heard the shot
No.
clock.
Yeah, I remember somebody was, you know, I don't know if it was in one of my personal group threads was talking about. I was like, man, Cole's really kind of shooting real slow, getting in trouble with that shot clock. I'm like, I don't think he's getting in trouble with shot clock. I think he hears the 10-second mark.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, he's using
Waits.
it as a timing mechanism or whatever.
you know,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
waits when the countdown starts. He uses
Right.
the countdown to pull the trigger,
Right. Yeah, might have helped him actually.
and that was the impression that I got from him. You know,
Yeah.
was
Okay, let's see if the 7 goes on the side. Almost. Just a
very
little high.
close. Well, on the 8, the one on the other side,
So
wiggled on the side too.
we did make the 2 up here in the corner though, so 1 3. 3 ball is going to be a problem. Problemo with the 3 ball. Probably going to have to play safe on the 3, I think. Assuming he even decides to make the 1, he might just decide to play safe right here. So when I did commentary for the NWPA stop at Legends, I don't actually. It wasn't a match I commentated, but it was a match I was watching, and I noticed that Melina was rushing because it was the finals, because it was when they had the shot clock,
Right.
and I noticed that I felt like Melina was really rushing because she was worried about the shot clock, and I was really impressed with how she managed. That was not an issue for her at all in the Northwest Cup. She never had any problems with the shot clock. That was interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that worked out for Paul here because Mike's just gonna. Oh,
Ooh.
I thought Mike would just stick him. He's a little fortunate that cue ball didn't go into the drink there in that
Sure
bottom
is.
right. Yeah, he opened the balls up, but you know, it's a shame that that 7 ball's sitting there. He'd have a free look at the 3-10 bank.
Yeah. So I think can you thin the 3? The problem is that the shot I'm thinking of sends the cue ball towards the side pocket, but thinning the 3 and putting it on the rail behind the 7.
Well, he could thin the 3 up to just past where that piece of chalk is,
Yeah.
and bring the cue ball back,
Back.
so that you use the 9, the 4 as blockers.
And the only issue there is maybe you tie it up with the 5, and even if you get ball in hand, maybe there's not so much you can do there. I don't know, but oh wow,
All right, that was
Wow.
that
that must be a 1 pocket shot, because
yeah.
I would have never ever thought to kick there.
Yeah, that's definitely one pocket shot because you don't often see players kicking at balls at this level, kicking at balls that they can see.
Right. Yeah. I was wondering if he was going to play the carom there.
Well, I don't think
I
he
don't think
meant.
he was, I think
don't
that's
think
what
he
he
meant
was
to.
intending to do. Yeah.
So Mike's got the option.
gave it back.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see Mike get a game. I know he got off to a pretty slow start in the point match.
I bet Mike would like to see Mike get a game too.
Well, towards the end of that point match, Mike really caught a gear, but then he scratched on his last break when Paul was on the hill, and that was all she wrote.
That's brutal. He might have action on his 10 ball. Just, you know, razor thin on the 3, come off that long rail, and I think it's pretty safe. It kind of ties up the 6 ball and the 3 ball, like it could tame it safe type of thing. From this angle, it doesn't look like he can do that shot I was talking about. He's going to go the other way. He's going to.
I wonder if he's seeing if he can carry him the 6 in.
Yeah,
No, I think he's just trying to leave it.
Yeah.
Just leave it funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Even jacked up over the 4. And I think this is just split the balls all day long here. Put the 3 down on the foot rail. No, went the other way. He's just going to bank it. Okay. He's just going to bank it and run out. What was I thinking? Nice shot, Paul. He's going to have a cut on this 7 no matter what.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and go 2 rails just where he just misses, bumping the 7 ball. You're coming up towards the middle of the table.
And he went on the other side of it. Interesting. Wow, that was a nice job of straightening out that angle. I thought for sure he would hit below the 7.
Yeah, I was thinking that was the way he had to go too. But yes,
that was really well played.
Yeah,
Nice out.
I don't like trying to shorten that angle because I find that I run into the ball too often. And
yeah, me too.
Well, another slow start for Mike D.
Yep. Well, I tried to do that against DeVee. Gave him 4 on the wire and almost came back to beat him.
Yeah.
Before that match, I told Mike, I said, Mike, since I took it over, the Northwest Cup is missing a signature upset match. So you're my guy. And he damn near did it. And that would have been an unbelievable fashion to do it, coming down from 4-0.
Yeah. Yeah, him and Molina both.
Yeah.
Either one of those
that was amazing. I really wish it had gone a little longer. We could have gotten Molina back at the table because I think, that there really would have changed the complexion of the matches.
Yeah.
But it just sort of turned out that everything got matched up in a way that that Washington was kind of favored a lot in the early matches, and that darn Fargo thing just sort of held true. And
yeah, me and Mike D both kind of did the math. I'm sure that you had also kind of looked at the math on them too, like what the numbers were, and me and Mike were talking about it. It's like, yeah.
I didn't really look at it like in the beginning, like overall, but I did definitely notice that, like, especially after day 1, that, like, there were a number of matches scheduled that were in Oregon's favor. So I knew Oregon wasn't, like dead to rights or anything, but I thought those first 2 matches on day 2, if they can win those 2 as they're supposed to, then then we got action. So yeah, it's tough action, man. Those Washingtonians.
Yeah, very strong team this year.
I don't know if you heard Ed ask me right before we started. He said something. He said, "Now, it's 3 in a row, and then you have to sit, right?" Because Daniel and James both played last year and this year.
Yeah.
I said, "No, Ed, it's 2, and it's you can't play 3 in a row."
Yeah. No.
And why are you asking me this right now? 20 minutes before we start. You want a late sub? What are you getting at
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, I did hear him ask that question. I got a kick out of it.
Yeah. Well, we could be here a while on this one. This is not a run out looking rack here. Well, Paul's just saying no. It is now, buddy. But obviously he didn't call that, so it's Mike's shot.
Well, he kind of fired at that ball, so I wonder if he did call a pocket somewhere.
Yeah, he may have called one somewhere, but he didn't call that one. Obviously.
Well, obviously,
but yeah.
that was one of the things because Mike sat in with me yesterday for at least a match, and we kind of talked about that. Whenever you're kicking, you should be calling something, even if you're playing safe.
Yep. Yep. Unless you know, like, the cue ball's gonna end up in some place that's like, well, even then, I guess it makes sense. So this is gonna be interesting. He's gonna have to run into that 7, and what happens from there? It's kind of a guessing game.
Yeah, it depends on how full he is into the 5. How is he probably? Oh, he just tried to stun past it
I think he
and
hit it.
take the cut.
Yeah. But not a horrible outcome. I don't think Paul can see the edge of the ball he needs to make it, so I think he comes off the foot rail, banks the 5 back to the center diamond, and sends the cue ball up to the. No, it's looking like he might actually be able to see it. Yep. Okay. Oh, that was nice. Oh, nice. All right, so to your point, let's see if Mike. Yeah, he's going to call that upper pocket, and he might have a chance of making this too. There's that same shot again where he's got potentially a carom off the 5. Okay, chat. Need somebody to say something. We haven't had anybody say anything since Cleveland. Come on now. Let us know you're out there. Where are you watching from? What you doing on a Sunday night? Who's your football team? Who won? Who lost? Did the Seahawks win today? Did they play today? I don't even know.
No, they played on Thanksgiving.
Ah, okay. Did they win or lose? I didn't.
I think, from what I recall, 49ers spanked them pretty good.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm a Broncos fan, so I don't really care about the Seahawks. That was a nice bank, by the way, on the 5. Paul? Looking like 5-0 here. I think Mike might be in a little bit of trouble.
Well, I haven't seen Christian in the chat, but I figured maybe I should text him straight up.
There you go.
Tell him we won that cue, and I'll
It's not even 9 o'clock back east. It's,
I'll take good care of it until he's out here for the Northwest Cup next year.
There you go. There you go.
Well,
5-0. Is this alternate break? Winter break?
it is alternate break.
Alternate break. Okay.
Oh, Mike,
And rack your own? Is he racking for himself?
rack your own.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Mike needs to string a couple games together here. Any chance?
Yeah, I think the big thing here is he needs to just get one on the board, and then start plugging away from there.
Yep. What's the difference in prize money?
My little notebook here.
All the tough questions. Cue ball in the drink.
The difference is about $310.
I was gonna guess 300. So
Yeah, so first is 900, second is 590,
okay.
third was 390, fourth was 260, fifth, sixth was 170, and seventh, eighth was 100 apiece.
Gotcha.
It's
All right.
So
So well, $300 set here.
You know, I'm
This is interesting. So is he playing for his 2-up table? Yeah, he's going to drop in. Okay.
fairly generous. Like to spread the wealth out a little bit, just you know,
Yeah.
especially because of the holiday. Because you know, you look at a 24 board and you say you're only supposed to pay to sixth, but we
Right.
had $1,000 added.
Yeah.
You know, let's pay seventh, eighth. We had a bunch of like door prize stuff donated
Yeah.
for everybody who didn't cash,
I like it.
and you know, you're still paying first place $900.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's fair. I like it.
in a 24 board
Yeah. Right.
on a $75 entry, that's you know,
Yeah. Yeah. I was surprised. I can think of another number of people that I thought would be playing in this one, but you know, it was Thanksgiving, so
Yep.
you know.
yeah, that was the thing. That was the other kind of the convenient thing about doing it here and only having 4 tables and limiting the field to 24 is
Yeah.
like because the holiday, even though you know there's good added money, it's the holiday weekend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't be surprised if your turnout is a little low. So
Yeah. I think it was good though. Tough to get all the way. Well, no, never mind. It's just these stupid skittle balls. I was looking at that blue ball, thinking that was his next ball. So these things are dinosaurs. I'm gonna start calling them dinosaur eggs, I think, because
the Cyclops.
they're extinct.
Yeah, they don't make them anymore.
Yeah.
They don't. Defunct.
I feel bad for anybody who went out and bought them. In fact, I got a message from Michelle Bean the other day, asked me if I had any replacement balls. Because they have some of them down there, and you know they tend to walk away sometimes.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Now, if you got them and you need replacement balls, you're SOL.
Yeah. So these I don't even. These aren't the original because the original ones on the table were Cyclops. I got fortunate last 8 ball at the coast because, or maybe it was 9 ball last year. Bad Boys had
Right.
like
They were
like,
using
had,
the last.
like,
Ooh.
8 boxes of like whatever the tournament Cyclops balls were,
Okay. Yeah.
and they were selling them for like $100 a pop or
Right.
$80 a pop or something like that.
Right,
So I brought.
right.
I had Scudder grab 4 of them for me. So
This could be one of. Oh, okay. I was just gonna say this could be one of those situations where he's kicking at a ball you can see, but he's able to cut it.
Ooh,
Ooh.
oh.
All right. Just got interesting.
Yeah, so probably gonna be in the market for something other than Cyclops here in the next year.
Yeah.
At least they as long as nothing walks away or cracks, they're probably good for a little bit longer than
Right.
that. But
Yeah. But eventually something will walk away. You just know it.
we've been actually pretty fortunate. I think the only thing that's walked away was maybe I don't even know if it was an 8 ball. It may have been a cue ball.
Cue ball, you can
Yeah.
deal with that. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Ooh, under pressure.
He says, "Pressure? What pressure? I played in the Northwest Cup last week. Man, this is a cakewalk."
Yeah, I can imagine that this is a lot. You know,
Smaller table.
yeah, smaller table.
Not that he's not used to playing on a big table because he has a big one at
No.
home, but
A little bit of a home crowd.
Yeah.
You know.
yeah, not quite as many eyeballs on you.
Yeah.
Lights are dim around the table. You
Yeah.
know, all that stuff. It all adds up. I love these charcoal diamonds. They're
Yeah.
pretty cool. Can't get those anymore either.
Nope.
And does it have Simonis cloth? Can't
Yep.
get that anymore either.
Yeah.
Jeez. Man. Scudder can though.
Yeah.
He pulled 3 bolts out of his where.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
how I got cloth on these tables last time.
Yeah. Yeah, man, they're stingy with that stuff.
No, there we go. Got some action for
Well,
Mike here.
He
Okay,
sprung a leak. Made
All right.
he made what, 4 balls including the cue
Yeah.
ball? 1, 2, 3, 4.
so here's
Five,
a
six, seven.
good
3 balls
opportunity
including the
for
cue ball.
Mike D here.
Yep. I like his chances here.
Oh, I sent Glenn an app invite, so whether or not he looked at it or not is I know sometimes
Oh,
him, Facebook, and technology don't always get along.
right, right. Yeah, well, I mean, this would have been. I don't want to say easy money for him, but, you know, I think he might have cashed had he played.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, like you said, he might have had something going on. Who knows? This leaving the rack on the table after the break drives me nuts.
Oh, I agree.
Now I'm curious to see if he shoots with it on. I think at this point, down 6-0, my money's on he's just gonna shoot it. I've only done it once. I did it in league the other night. He's taking it off, and I shot the rack halfway from the spot to the corner.
Oh yeah, if you get good action, good spin on the cue ball or the object ball crossing that plastic, it will go tearing with it.
Fortunately, I made the ball too. I would have been really annoyed if I missed it.
All right, so now I'm wondering if we're going to see Mike D rattle off a few racks here, because this is kind of how the point match went.
Oh, really?
I think Paul was up like 5-0 or 5-1 or something, and then yeah, Mike rattled off like 2 or 3, and then it was his break, and he scratched, and Paul was on the hill. And
Right. He's got a little more breathing room here because he's 3-9.
Yep.
So, yeah, I feel like he definitely needs a couple more. You can't let Paul get to 7 at this point. But
these guys whispering about it up there.
who knows? You're talking about the stock market. They're talking about politics.
Invest in OB.
Mike breaking with us.
Brookman wants to know who's commentating.
Hey, Brookman, it's Mike Littman here, man. How's it going? I sent you a message. Did you see it? Message I sent to Brookman is that he and I add up to exactly 1150. So
Trying to get Brookman to play Scotch, huh?
sure.
Yeah, well, I wish you luck.
Yeah, is that not his?
It's hard to get Brookman.
I guess
It was, I think if Chris Reinhold hadn't said that when Chris kept barking at us to play doubles, if Chris hadn't picked Brookman,
right.
is,
Okay.
yeah, me and Matt played against Brookman and Chris, but yeah, in general, traditionally, it's hard to get Brookman to play
Yeah.
Scotch. It's not.
Right. Well, that's okay. I don't really want to play anyway. I just figured I'd ask.
He says I'm a terrible Scotch partner.
Hey, so am I. So we could team up and be a terrible team.
Well, I was just politely saying that you're an elitist, Brookman, but
Nah, he's just a Ronin. He's a lone wolf. I get it. Good effort there by Paul.
Well, I get it. Scotch is a tricky thing. Finally,
is.
it's hard to
Yeah.
find somebody that you click with and
Yep.
understand each other.
Yeah.
Because when you're when two people play different games, and Brookman's got a very specific approach in the game he plays, and
Right.
so I think he gets a little frustrated when people don't see the table the same way he does.
Mm. Sounds like him and Robin Dreyer are a perfect fit.
Brookman says, "Oh wow, I'm sold now." We're just having fun with you, Brookman.
I was looking forward to seeing you, and then I got down here and you were gone.
Yeah, he told me he was coming down to commentate yesterday. He'd be here at 5. He showed up at 4, and Mike D was commentating with me. And as soon as
Right.
Mike D got done, Brookman's like, "I'm taking off." I'm like, "What's 5 right now?" He's like,
Right.
"Yeah, I gotta go." I did get a rain check. Obviously, he did stop by for a little bit today and do a match with me, which was nice. Because it gets lonely sitting here talking about pool by yourself.
Yeah. For a minute, I thought it was Alex. I think they kind of have similar voices.
I think I can't see from here. I think Alex is over there with Cliff. I think Alex
yeah?
is here now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it looks like Alex. This is a nice out by Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. That's kind of what happened last time is, you know, Paul was kind of thumping on him, and then Mike
Mhm.
finally, he gets 110 ball down. He's like, okay, pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
So,
I would love to see like hard stats on how much harder it is, to win your 7th or 8th game in a race to 9 versus, your 3rd game or
Right.
whatever. You know what I mean? Like I just
Yep.
feel like as you get closer to the hill, the pressure builds and like I'd be really fascinated to see if somebody has any like real statistics on that. Like I was talking, who was I talking to about this? I can't remember, but in the double dip scenario, how often do you see it where the person who's on the hot seat loses the first set?
right.
Because they're cold or
Mhm.
whatever, and then or because they're just thinking, I don't have to win this set, I can win the next one. But then more often than not, they will win the second set, which I think is maybe just because usually they're the best player
Right.
on that particular day or in that particular tournament because they got to, all the way through the winner's side.
Right. Yeah, it's like one of those things. It's like, you play them twice, maybe you get them once, or maybe you get them 0. And that's the thing is if you get them on the first set,
Yeah.
it's gonna be maybe twice as hard in the second set to beat them again.
Yeah. I feel like I see that all the time, like when I'm watching Lincoln City. It just seems to be a phenomenon that just happens a lot.
Yeah, you see a lot of second matches, but not as many true double dips.
Yeah.
Not to say that there aren't any. There definitely happen, but yeah, I feel
Right.
like you see a lot of second matches, but then the whoever was already on top
Yeah.
comes through.
Yeah. So that was a push out by Paul. And it looks like Mike. Nope, Mike shooting. Okay. Gonna thin off this. No, he's gonna hit thick. Send it up table. Nice. Oh, very nice. Paul says, yeah, that was good. That was
Yeah.
good, Mike. I see a ticky scratch here, potentially. He's calling the 2 on the upper left corner. I think he called. Pretty sure he called 2. Now that 9 sitting in front of the pocket was pretty nice for Paul there. Makes things a little interesting here. I feel like this has got to be a safe. No, he's just firing away. What do you know, Mike Whitman?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of sort of a free bank.
Yep.
I mean, not entirely free because that's why he fired it, because he wanted to make sure that the 2 came out somewhere where he could see it. And I don't think he's gonna like the outcome of this safe here.
Yeah. There's no bueno. So if Paul can get from the 2 to the 3, it's in a good spot here. He's going to have to hit this pretty hard. So.
Oh, watch out, 8 ball. Speared it too good.
Yeah.
Or not good enough. Now that I'm looking at the angle, he needed to get nearly at the top of the table to have a shot at that 3.
Now, if you're jumping this, do you think about jumping this rail first intentionally? Probably not, because it doesn't give you the shape, right?
No, I think actually, because of where the 4 ball lies,
Wow, what a shot.
I think I've kind of liked rail first.
Yeah.
As long as your cue ball stays shallow, because you don't want to jump out of the rail.
Right. Right. Yeah, I felt like he could have definitely kept it on the table and gone rail first there.
Yeah, that rail first would have brought it back around out to this other side of the table.
Mike was looking at the score on the scoreboard to make sure he had it right. Yeah, their beads are right, I think. Yeah.
Oh, get around it.
Mm.
Bump it out of the way. Looks like he has.
Yeah, he's got a little work to do here. If you hit it, if you try to cut it, you got to work that cue ball back down to the side of the table. Yeah.
Watch outside.
Mm.
Yeah.
You can definitely see enough of this to thin it, send the cue ball back up table.
Well, Alex was just over here, Brookman, but he walked away, so.
Is Joe in pool, Joe AB, do we know?
I don't know.
Nice
Oh,
shot.
that's a good shot from
Yeah,
Paul.
very nice.
I'm impressed. Got a decent turnout of people who've showed up to Railbird this finals match. AJ, who was in the field yesterday, has come back.
Nicole.
Chris Booterline, who's a regular here at the weekly tournaments, came down. I know he bought some raffle tickets.
Scudder's here.
Well, Scudder's been here since he lost at
Yeah.
noon.
Well, that counts as railbirding.
No, I know it counts. I'm just. But yeah, Jackson's here. Alex is here. Cliff came down. Brickman was here for a little bit.
I knocked Jackson out of the 525 and under tournament at Legends last month. I can't really take a whole lot of credit for it, though.
Rude. I'm sure he was.
My observation with him is he plays very, very, very fast.
Yes.
Like so fast that like I kind of wonder, did you actually have a chance to like think about what like the two balls ahead, or I mean,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I think if he were to slow down, he'd be, it would serve him well.
Jackson's also got a little bit of a mindset. I think he prefers the bigger table, and he uses the little tables as something about the bar table pool is just
Right,
I think he uses
right.
a little bit of an excuse sometimes, so he just plays fast and loose.
Yeah, and we were already on the B side, so I think maybe once I was up a little bit on him, maybe he's just kind of phoned it in, but yeah, I feel like he's got a bright future. He's got a lot of skills, a lot of natural talent. It seems like.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot better over the past year and a half, 2 years since I met him.
Yeah.
When I first met him, I mean, yeah, him and Melina spend a lot of time together practicing.
Well, that'll make it better. Yeah, for sure. Melina would be a great person to hang around and learn from. I'm really impressed. She's kind of when you watch her, like on the stream and stuff, they were talking about how good her offensive game was and like how she really fires the balls in.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, it was like I was really impressed with her patience and her willingness and her proficiency in playing defense when it was called for.
Yeah.
I felt like she plays defense when it's kind of like what you were talking about earlier, where you'll think defensively, but then get up to the table and then just decide to play offensively and then go, geez, the defense there would have been much better. And
Yeah, I was talking about. I
like-
think when Paul was commentating with me yesterday, we were talking about how phenomenal her safety game was.
is that the pocket he called? Okay.
No,
This is interesting. This is an interesting scenario here.
Mike just said it's good TV, bro. It's better TV if you make it, Mike.
This is a really interesting shot to have an option on. Because I feel like you're not a huge favorite to make it. Like if you just because you're bridging, you know, you're using the bridge.
Well, it's hard. Well, especially with players at this level, because you're like, ooh, I don't
Yeah.
like it.
Right?
But
And if you
man,
miss it, you sell out completely. It's totally an all or none shot. And assuming he's cutting, I mean, you could bank it too, I guess, or you could play safe. To me, this is like what we were just talking about here. If this was Melina, she would play safe here. I feel like 100%.
Yeah.
And probably rightly so, you know. He's gonna try to Ginsu this right in. No,
oh, he's trying to four-rail
no
it.
way.
Tried to four-rail it.
Wow. I tell you what, I applaud him for the creativity. Wow. And he came up short because it's a diamond. All right, well, we got action.
Well, yeah, I think somebody in the chat was predicting a skunk earlier, but
Wow.
Mike's chipping away.
Mike is a grinder, man. He will not give up. Mike is saying he fell right into my trap. He took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna miss league on Thursday.
Okay.
Gonna go see what's his name? Brett Goldstein.
Okay.
You know who Brett Goldstein is?
I've heard the name.
Did you watch Ted Lasso?
Yes.
So he was Roy Kent.
Oh, I feel like I remember seeing that he was coming to town.
Yeah. Yeah. Holiday present from my sisters. So looking forward to that. So no league for me on Thursday. That's like 3 weeks in a row I will miss.
Speaking of Ted Lasso, I really need to finish that series.
Oh man, so good. So good. And they're gonna make more, but without him. They're gonna
Interesting.
Continue the series, but no Ted. So I don't know if they're gonna change the name or what. But. Oop. Dan's a little rough on the furniture sometimes.
I don't know if that was Dan or Nicole.
Nicole said she's drinking a Shirley Temple, so. Speaking of scotch, Nicole and I teamed up at the coast in 9-ball. We did pretty well in our gold division. It was a lot of fun.
You guys got what? Seventh,
eighth? Yeah, out of about, I want to say there were like 40 something teams. It was good fun. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I'll be curious to see if they have the same
Same caps.
divisions, yeah. In 8-ball. I don't know if they usually do or not, but
Yeah. It's interesting. I feel like they mess with them like a hair every year. It's like a little bit up, a little bit down.
yeah, hopefully they don't go a little bit down. Because we're right at about 15, 20 points under the cap.
Well, gonna leak out.
All right, Mike with an opportunity here. That 4-ball's looking combo-y on the 10 because it's not a whole lot. I mean, depending on the angle he gets on it,
Yep.
he could bank it somewhere, but
Yeah, it looks like it probably caroms off the 5 in the side too,
oh,
maybe.
Yeah.
The options, depending on how you
Yeah.
land.
Yeah, the only problem with that is you send the 5 kind of, I guess you can kind of predict where the 5 would go, but It's a 2 past the 9. I can see, it looks to me from where I'm sitting like the 2 past the 9. But just checking it right now. Are these 4.5-inch corners?
Yes.
Okay.
Not this last time I redid the cloth, but when I redid it last year, I really wanted to have Dave shim them down to 4 1/4.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, Dan wasn't feeling it.
Right.
And I think maybe his mind has come around on it.
Okay. Well, as the room owner, well, how do they? Is there coin drop on these tables, or what's the?
Yeah, it's quarter machines
Okay,
right here.
okay.
Coin mechs on all
Yeah.
4 of them.
So conventional wisdom says, as you know, in that scenario, in that situation, you don't want a tight table.
Yeah.
Right. But a lot of it depends on whether you get most of your revenue from that, or whether you're more tournament oriented, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's no green fees on the weeklies. There was a mid fee on this one, but that was more for, compensating Dan for running the bracket for me for the last 2 days.
Right.
Ooh.
Well, if you were to do that, it would be you'd be down to 3 tables for probably a week or 2, I would imagine. Unless you say, when you say shim, you literally mean just put thicker facing pads on them.
Yeah.
And be good with it. Which I think to go from 4.5 to 4 1/4 is probably fine. Okay. What's the plan for the 9-ball? Combo. Knowing Mike, I think he shot some combos in the Northwest Cup. Both him and Paul. That day too. I think Team Oregon shot 6 or 7 combos on the 9-ball.
Wow. I remember 3 of them.
It was a lot. I'm almost positive it was like 6 or 7. I'm gonna go back and look, but I'm gonna do like a highlight reel. And nice style point.
Style.
I'm gonna do a highlight reel, and I'm definitely gonna have all the combos on there. So
It'll be great.
it was day 1. The theme of day 1 was Washington's rolls, and then I felt like the theme of day 2 was Oregon's cheese chasing combination action. I should say there were at least 6 or 7 attempts. There was a couple that were missed as well. But.
Yeah, one of the ones that I remember is one that Mike missed, but he got redemption in that Scotch match because he got to shoot one later.
Right. Yeah.
And then I definitely remember the 3-9 that Paul had in the Scotch match, which I remember hearing that Ron and Allison weren't super stoked on.
I don't think they were super stoked on any of them. There might have been one that was like, super obvious, but in fact, I remember distinctly the one you're talking about where he comboed in the side.
Yeah.
They weren't all that excited about that one either. I don't think Allison really likes combos.
Well, I think the one on the side, there wasn't really a choice because that's what Paul left him.
Yeah.
So I feel like they weren't excited about the position Paul played.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like combos, given her background, don't come up maybe as often in snooker as they.
Christian would be proud of you.
Yes. Although I shot a combo. Did you see my video of me playing snooker against Allison?
I saw the start of it. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Oh man, I had such a good time.
Wow, that ball went through that gap.
Yeah.
I didn't think it went.
But at one point, I had a wired combo, but it was kind of. Although I shot a combo. Did you see my video of me playing snooker against Allison?
I saw the start.
Ellison said, "Oh, we've got Tom Cruise in the house." Yeah, this looks pretty ticky-tack from here. Tic-tac-toe, I should say. Unless,
Ooh.
I think you can see that from, like, below it. He for sure can see it, I think. I don't know.
I think it still goes to the bottom right.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think it does.
positive.
I think it does.
I mean, what he does with the 4 will tell us
I definitely
very soon.
know he
Yeah.
didn't want it there, but I feel like it does. Yeah, from this angle you get that collision-induced throw that will drag it along with you. Just cut it a little thinner. Yeah. So he's looking to get on the hill here. This is interesting. Power it forward and 2 rails out, or you just sort of punch it real hard and just kind of float up 1 rail, 2 rails. Yeah, he's all right. No hill for this glamour. Okay. There's about 18 different ways to play shape on this ball. Gosh, he chose. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Okay. Paul
All right.
Marquez on the hill. Mike has to win 5 in a row in the set, in the match, in the tournament. So Fargo would say Paul's odds of winning at this point are about 92%, I would bet. 93. I'm going to say 93%. Tyrel pops up a window with a bunch of code.
Well, I couldn't remember if I have my to win from here script on here. I think it's on my other computer.
Dang it.
I do have the Fargo app though.
Show me how to do that. I don't know how to do that in the Fargo app.
Jordan says Raw was stoked on all combos. It was only Ellison that cringed.
Oh, well, Raw,
that
Raw,
cringed
you're
with him.
right. That's absolutely correct. Raw is all about the cheese.
Mac and cheese, the cheese factory.
Yes, cheese chasing technologies. It says upstart company. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Need 2 on the break.
So what's I have the 1.
Nice job of holding the.
Paul's at 98%.
Oh my gosh, I underestimated 98%. Wow. Okay. So you're saying Mike's got a chance?
Oh, Patrick next trying to do the math for us as well. He just
Oh.
threw out the 98% in the chat as well.
Thank you, Patrick. How you doing, man?
What's up, Patrick?
We're doing good. Pretty good. Sporty.
Little short, but should be able to punt this in.
So I have not played in many pool tournaments at all, and I have a question. In tournaments like this, where it's a 2-day tournament, kind of a more serious tournament than like just a weekly, nightly, one night tournament. Are guys less likely to chop?
I guarantee you that if we weren't streaming this and I hadn't told them they had to play, they would have chopped
Oh,
this.
you told them they had to play. Okay.
Well, they already knew they were going to play.
Yeah, I got you. Because it just occurred to me why they wouldn't have chopped. But that's like I said, I haven't played much tournament pool. That's like a new thing to me as of a few years ago. So I've never been in that situation. So like, I don't know. I just don't know like why people do it, especially when guys are on the hot seat or whatever. But I feel like it's kind of a nice guy type of thing to do. Look at that. Wow.
Ooh.
Talk about.
Well, Paul trying to make it good for TV here.
Yeah. Make it good for the people. All right. Congratulations, Paul Marquez, for winning the semi-annual Tyrel Datweiler Turkey tournament.
Well, the background on that is the first year I did.
Fairly annual.
Yeah. The first year I did it was in 2019 when my tables were over at Local 66. And then we did it the first year the bar was open here. And then I was out of town last year, so I didn't have the logistics.
Right.
And then we had traditionally done on Wednesday. Hard to get people. People still had to work.
Yeah.
Went late, everybody chopped. So this year I was like, screw it. We're going to do a 2-day tournament over the weekend.
Cool.
I'm streaming stuff now.
All
I'll
right.
make them play.
Well, I think you got it dialed in, man. I think it was a great event. And, yeah.
Well, I appreciate you sitting in for this finals with me.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. I'm glad you stopped by. It's
Me
always
too.
good to see you.
Yeah. Absolutely. I won't see you Thursday, so.
Yep. Well, again, just had the shout out to all our sponsors that made this event possible. Mike Littman, who's here in the booth for this last match with me. Littman Lights, appreciate you. John Scudder, who's still roaming around the building somewhere, of Diamond Mine Northwest.
Yep.
Diamond Pool Table Sales. So if you're looking for a table, John's your man.
Yep.
Stephen Crease over at Bigglebox. Appreciate their donation of that BQ Jump Queue and sponsorship of the tournament.
Yep. It's going to a good home,
Yeah,
guys.
congratulations to Christian Youngers for swooping up the final 6 spots and Nicole for pulling his name. Our neighboring business, the Space Room across the street, for supporting us in this event. Thanks, Jay and Casey. And also, finally, big shout out to Nicole Denisi of Nicole Denisi Designs for doing my media work and media work around the Northwest for a lot of great events.
She's the best.
Thanks for tuning in. Till next time, this is Tyrel Datweiler, Hill Productions, and Mike Littman of Littman Lights. Hope you enjoyed the stream.